It's unbelievable. It's very exciting. Of course, it's really amazing. We were like really also ourselves wanted to see some action here. We didn't know when we saw the water across the road. We were not live, but we know that this is the vicinity. This is the area where the lions are. It can be possible main success around in the area. I would like to thank everybody, of course, anyone that joined us for a morning ride, and also thanks all the guys from Jua finding all those exciting sighting that are there. Unbelievable. I'm becoming a little bit jealous. I hope I can be on that area finding all the cats, leopards, lions, and all that. But Pride Land is just reveal a secret that in Pride Land we can get the best sighting ever in the conservancy. From myself, Rexen, this morning, and Owen behind the camera, and the rest of the wildlife crew, we say thank you. See you in the afternoon.
Well, good morning and welcome to Escape to Nature. And you're here with myself, Alex, in Okakuyo at the moment. And a very happy Friday morning to everyone that has joined us. Of course, this is a live and immersive experience. So if you have any questions, comments, points of interest, things you'd like to know, do send those through. Of course, we are very excited to escape into nature and see what is going to be happening throughout the course of the day. But really rather cool at the moment. Lovely and clear here in Okakuyo, no clouds at present. And of course we'll keep an eye out for any of the local characters that we do know around here. And of course anyone else that does come through for us throughout the course of today's escape to nature. So I'm going to have a little look on the other side of the waterhole for now. And to see who has decided to show up this morning. Looks like our geese are actually right here. Family of Egyptian geese, the goslings getting bigger every day, and all 6 of them still present. So very cool to see them having a little forage this morning, and with all that rain, really lots of food for them. So nice to know that they are here. I'm going to zoom back out and we're going to have a look to see what is happening on the other side of the waterhole. A little bit of a breeze at the moment. Still rather cool. There is one of the little grebes just scooting off to the left hand side. I'm sure we'll catch up with them as well throughout the course of today. Good just to make sure we know who else is around. Of course, lots of other bird vocals as well. So we'll call those out too. A number of weavers can hear at the moment, a couple of starlings too. One or two springbuck off in the distance, so hopefully they will come down and get closer to us. Nice to know that we have 3 of them out already. Hoopoe calling as well. So I did mention earlier that it is rather clear here at the moment, but in talking of that, it's time for us to look and see what the weather is doing across the different locations today. So we have a couple of terrapins around here at the moment. Quite cool to see them out and about. It's really quite peaceful. So a number of things happening this morning already. Terrapin, springbuck, Egyptian geese, and of course the little grebes as well that are around. Nice to hear that hoopoe as well. It looks like these guys are kind of getting those solar panels out, heating up for the day, and of course rising those energy levels of theirs. So we're going to just take a little look up towards the north of us, see if there isn't anything else around. Perhaps some more springbuck off in the distance as well. Good morning, Crystal. Yes, it is really lovely with all this green coming through. Really such a vast difference to a couple of months ago. So lovely to see. Nice to always note a change in scenery as well. Doesn't look like there's too much going on off to the north of us at the moment. Of course, we'll keep tabs. Probably time for us just to have a look and see what's happening on the other side of the waterhole. So, just trying to see who else is dotted throughout the landscape at the moment. One or two, actually 3 springbuck that we did see earlier. So just keeping an eye out as to what's going on. Who else might join us for today? If you've got an idea or you want to take a punt, let us know. Who do you think might be the first, at least of the mammalian species, that might come join us? We've obviously seen springbuck, but they are quite far away, so hopefully we'll get a better visual of them. But if you've got any others that you think might be coming through today, let us know. Always cool to hear what you guys think. 2 of the lapwings. Really enjoying that vocal of the hoopoe. Such a nice sound. So both ducks. It just looks like the one Egyptian goose adult at the moment. We'll keep a tab and see what goes on with this little family. Perhaps a little bit of swimming soon. So we'll just have to wait and see. have one or two hornbills as well calling at the moment. And it looks like the Egyptian geese taking it rather easy for the moment. And they've all just bunched up together. And swimming lesson has commenced. So cool to see. We're going to just follow them for a moment. Still nice just to listen to all the other bird vocal that is about at the moment too. So lovely to see. Quite cool seeing this going on as well.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
Still just spending time here with the Egyptian geese. Little goslings and the one adult have got out of the water. They're sitting on the concrete right now on the water's edge. And it's kind of the end of a very short swimming lesson, it seems. I'm sure they will get back in. And no doubt we'll also have one or two of the grebes coming through the screen. There's one now already on the left. Very good synchronized swimmers. You'll see them diving in and then popping up in completely different areas at times. Morning, Eagle Lover. Thank you for your question and observation. And no, the concrete rocks are really part of the scenery and landscape here. They are the old remnants of the ancient lake that was here in the Etosha Pan system. Effectively, this is the old Ceylon deposit of that ancient lake, inland kind of ocean that was here millennia ago. So part of the landscape, and I don't think there would be any plans to move it. But yeah, it does make for an interesting scene as well. So very cool. At times, obviously, when it isn't green, it does look very Martian. But a very different view at the moment. So very peaceful scenes, and the geese kind of not doing too much on that side. I'm going to zoom back out. You can actually just sit and enjoy the lovely scene that is here in Okakuyo. There's one of our red-billed spurfowl as well. So cool to hear them this morning. So I think what we'll do is we'll try get a little bit of a zoom in and see if we can't pick up any of those things. So the springbok are just off in the distance at the moment. A number of them that have now started to come through. So we're going to try and get a bit of a look. There might be one or two lambs with them as well. And quite possible that one or two might even take a little break and rest up as well. So we'll keep a tab on them. And it does look like there's one little lamb there. So 12 of them currently in picture right now. So I'm hoping they do get closer to us, which is always nice, so we get a nice visual of the animals that are around. So it's very cool. We are going to sit here and wait for these springboks to hopefully get closer to us. But while we do that, it's time for us to go and say good morning to Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
And welcome to Kariega Game Reserve, all the way down in the Eastern Cape. Close to the ocean, close to Kenton-on-Sea. And we've got a perler of a day here today. I'm so happy that you could join us. I'm Nick, I'm going to be your photographic naturalist for today. And I think it is going to be another cooker. It's going to be warm today. Hopefully we do get a bit of a breeze that puffs up just to take the edge off of the heat for us. But with this heat that we've got, a lot of animals should come down towards some of the waterholes. Some of the mud wallows have dried up, so something like Scotia Dam might be a good place to hang around. There are a whole lot of monkeys chirping in the background. Vervet monkeys, remember they live in groups and troops. In groups and troops. Should be lyrics for a song. But I'm not too sure what's upset them. Maybe a snake in the thickets or something like that. Oh, what a lovely way to start our escape to nature here today. Daniela, 100%. We do have another adventure awaiting us. Not too sure what lies in store for us, but I'm sure whatever it will be, it'll be a good one. Most definitely. So we'll have a look and see what we can find. I think I might do a little bit of driving around today. Maybe pop by one or two different waterholes. Potentially even see if I can try and find those lions that we saw the other day. Albert, animals suffering from heat stroke. Not that I've ever heard of. Generally animals are very well adapted to the environment, very resilient, very hardy. A lot hardier than humans are, that's for sure. So in terms of animals suffering from something like heat stroke, not that I've ever heard of. Not to say that it's not possible though. I'll definitely do a little bit more reading up upon that. But I wouldn't think so. You know, you look at a lot of the animals of how well adapted they are to the environment. You know, you look at animals that occur in drier regions. You know, you see at the back of the frame you've got our ostrich there. He's very well adapted to drier conditions. Obviously with those drier conditions comes, you know, the heat. Got bare legs, got a bare neck. You know, if that was all covered in feathers, he would heat up a whole lot faster. You look at eland. You know, you find them in very hot environments. They've got that big dewlap that helps with sort of thermoregulation. So animals have all got their little tricks. But I haven't heard of anybody suffering from heat stroke. Just trying to think about it. You know, obviously you're first to be largely affected by something like that would be, I guess, your very sort of water dependent species, possibly something even like a buffalo that's very dependent upon water and mud and things like that to help cool them down. Maybe they would be one of the first to be potentially impacted by something like heat stroke. But that's a good question. You think about humans and heat stroke amongst humans and things like that, and keeping the body at that right level, at that, I think the technical term is homeostasis. It's my big word for the day. If you look at even getting thirsty, you know, if you feel parched, if you feel like, oh, I really could do with a good amount of water now. I was doing a bit of reading about all of that the other day, and when you feel thirsty like that, that's already a slight indicator that you're dehydrated. So it's not like you feel thirsty and then you have some water and you're 100% fine. That's your body basically telling you, hey chief, I need some water, I'm dehydrating here. But I think as a general rule of thumb, animals are definitely a lot hardier than what we are. Yeah, I think for humans, I think the sort of the daily amount of water that you should try and drink is around, I think, 3 liters or so, 2.5, 3 liters. I guess it also really depends upon the conditions. You know, if it is really hot, the way your body is going to cool itself down is by sweating. And I know some of the days out here at Kariega have been really hot. Think about something like Okukuyo, it'll get really hot there as well. You know, and I bring my water along with me. And some days, even before 2:30 in the afternoon, I've drunk 5 liters. And that's obviously just because your body is using a whole lot of that water that you do have sweating. Whereas if you're sitting in a shady patch for most of the day, your body isn't using as much of its resources. So in terms of where we position now, we're about 200, 300 meters to the east of Scotia Dam. You can see some of our blesbok slowly starting to move towards the waterhole there, potentially preparing to head down for a drink. I wouldn't say they're going to be moving too quickly. Everything's going to be quite slow. That waterhole's not running away anywhere. But we'll pan across just now and we'll have a look closer to Scotia Dam. There's definitely a few animals starting to build up. A few zebras, a few blesbok. I'm sure we'll have a lot of our bird species there. Yellow-billed ducks, potentially spur-winged goose, Egyptian goose. We'll take a squiz just now. Those vervet monkeys are still shouting all the way to the left-hand side. You can see we've got that dense thicket at the top of the frame behind our blesbok. That kind of wraps all the way around to the left, and it's somewhere in that thicket the monkeys are shouting. I can't see them. But it's not a very type of, it's not an incessant call. You think of when something like a leopard has been spotted by vervet monkeys. They go absolutely crazy. All of them are shouting. And they're shaking the branches as well. This is their alarm calling, but I mean it's not an absolute frenzy. But I think for the moment, I'm going to stick around the Scotia Dam area, see what develops here. And we're going to take you across to Alex and see what he's got for us.
Thank you, Nick. And much the same scene as before. we do just have these springbok that are off in the distance and the black rhino that has come through now. So very, very cool. So we have had a very cool start to the day. Lovely to get this black rhino through. Of course, you are here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo. And we have also been down in Kariga with Nick. Just going to keep a tab on what's going on with this black rhino. Not too much else really going on. Some of the usual characters. The Egyptian geese. Of course, the springbok that are kind of resting up at the moment. But lovely that the black rhino has come through. Really quite cool. So nice to see that it is out and active at the moment. They generally are far more active in early hours of the morning and evening, even perhaps through the night. And they try to rest up during the day. So more common to actually see them under the trees, shading themselves and getting out of the heat. It's a really impressive rhino, this one. Of course, all black rhino to me are very impressive. I do love spending time with them. So nice to have this one out here. And it looks like it's even perhaps grazing to some degree, perhaps taking up some of the flower matter. Of course, they are predominantly browsers. They do really enjoy succulents as well. And they've got a high tolerance for some of the more toxic plant species and vegetation that is around here. Things like euphorbia and even tambueti in certain areas. Hi Sandy, yes, it's fantastic to see this right now during the day. Really a treat. Tosha is one of the best places to see them. So really quite cool. And as I said, it does look like it's perhaps picking up the odd flower and that throughout the Kalkriek too. So I don't think necessarily grazing, although obviously that green flush that is here will be very nutritious. But they do have a different focus. You can see the jaw moving. Interesting just to see this going on, panning out. Hi Rob. So I think it's also important to note that we're obviously in Africa at least. We have the white or wide lipped rhino, of course the hook-lipped or black rhino that we're looking at now as well, the smaller of the two, although it is noted that the rhino in this area can be rather big and at times, sometimes even as big as some of the white rhino cows. But you did ask about if they've got a very good sense of smell, and that indeed they do. Their sense of smell and their hearing is exceptional. Their eyesight is not so, although it is noted that black rhino can perhaps pick up an individual or person from around 200 meters away. So it's not to say that they've got the worst eyesight, it's just not that good. But definitely far better in terms of their senses with regards to smell and hearing. So I'm hoping we get to hang around. There's a zebra as well that's come through. But definitely trying to keep tabs as best as possible on the black rhino for now. Just one lone zebra at the moment. Of course, the majority of the zebra do migrate to the west of us, or to the east of us, out of this western sector. So there is a small population that does hang around, so we shouldn't see them in as higher numbers as what we do normally. But nice that a zebra has come through as well. Of course, both zebra and black rhinos having rather rudimentary digestive systems, both being hind gut fermenters, effectively then bulk feeders or grazers in the case of zebra. Hi Wayne, yes they are quite some while as well. Definitely a lot bigger, up to around 3.4 tons odd in terms of a big white rhino bull. I did say the black rhino up here, so the three extinct black rhino subspecies, this being the biggest. Of course, we get the more southern central one down in South Africa, a little bit smaller, and then obviously the black rhino up in East Africa, known to have more impressive or longer horns. I just want to keep a tab on what's going on. It does look, like I said, that rhino is kind of grazing through the area. So interesting behavior to see. Cool to obviously have both of these in frame at the moment. Nice busy site at the moment. I do think that black rhino is going to start to make its way towards the thicket. As I did allude to earlier, they do tend to rest up in the shade throughout the day, getting far more active then in the early hours of the evening, throughout the night, and of course into the early hours of the morning. Let's just keep a tab on where this one is going. A very impressive rhino nonetheless. So really a special character. Definitely one of the area specials. So area special being Etosha itself. Hi Fiona, it really will depend. They do home range and then they have a core territory as well. So they are tolerable of each other within those home ranges, and the home ranges then include waterholes such as Okakuya waterhole where we're at right now. And that is where they'll be far more tolerable of other rhinos. And of course within their core territory, that is when it can be rather prickly. Of course if something was subservient to it, they would be tolerable then as well. So it will kind of depend as to where that core territory of theirs is and the distance that they might have to walk towards a water source. Of course right now there's a lot of food too. So, you know, perhaps traveling that far might not be the case at the moment. But definitely a couple of kilometers. It really does depend though, as I said, on the resources in an area as to how much a rhino would then have to move. And of those three different subspecies that I did talk about, you'll find that the rhino up here in Namibia and the more desert adapted black rhino, they would probably move the furthest. They probably have the biggest home range then as well. Just to include as much resource as possible. So an adequate amount of resources then that needed to then be included for it to survive adequately in the wild. Sadly, I don't think we're going to have this rhino around for too much longer. Obviously going to keep best eye on it as possible. I do think it is going to start to move off to the thickets and then start to rest up as well. He has really gone behind that thicket now at the moment. I'm sure he'll come out into that little open patch here. Just wait and see. We just zoom out a little bit, make sure we haven't missed out on anyone else. There we go. We're kind of following one of those game paths off. Hi Amber, there's some debate with regards to the different subspecies and that. Of course I did just mention that they are tolerable of other rhinos within their home range. And of course if rhinos and other rhinos are subservient to a dominant rhino within their territory, they'll also tolerate them as well. But it is noted that white rhino probably do congregate in higher numbers and are a bit more social than the black rhinos. But that is kind of debatable because they do occur here in good numbers, and it's not impossible to see more than 8 or so even around a waterhole such as Okakuyo, and the rhinos all then interacting as well. But they do then use their sensors and they do make use of their middens. And those middens then kind of act as WhatsApp for rhinos, because the rhinos then will be able to pick up, who's the dominant bull in the area, perhaps if the females in estrus, are there young with them, how many other rhino have been through, and the rest. And that works across both species here in Africa. So it is something that does happen. But of course, there are territorial disputes at times, and they can be rather nasty. And bull rhinos, whether black or white, known to kill other rhinos as well. It's not a very pretty sight. They go for the very soft underparts of the rhinos that they would be then challenging. So underneath the armpits, behind the legs. So really, it can be quite horrible once that does occur. Glimpses of our black rhino. This one now just coming back throughout the thicket there, heading off into the distance. There's kind of like a little ridge line there, so it's very possible that we won't see it for too much longer. And really awesome. Lovely to see one or two springbok also just in the frame, one resting and one off to the right. Again, I think that is really the end of our lovely rhino sighting. So I'm hoping that the rhino does come back out throughout, or from behind that thicket there, perhaps into that open area, but very possible that it does walk straight back over. So we'll just sit here for a moment or so just to see if that does occur. Otherwise, so as I said, otherwise we'll just wait to see what is going on. If it does pop out, otherwise we'll head back towards the water's edge and we'll see who else does then come through. So you can just see it through the thicket there. Obviously that big mass that is moving through the bush. But as I said, I think that is the end of our rhino sighting. Lovely to have it anyway though. Been some time since we've seen a rhino here in Okukuyo. Really just special to be able to spend some time with the prehistoric pachyderms. Lovely, lovely, lovely. I'm going to zoom back out. We're going to head back to the water's edge. Have a look to see what else is going on at the waterhole. So our rhino is sadly moving into some really thick stuff and of course rather far away. So to see what else is going on here. Well, that's what we will do. Just perhaps zoom in again on the springbok. They are in good numbers. Can also spend some time with the Egyptian geese. Looks like the zebra has also vacated the waterhole for now as well. Just having a little look off to the north of us. And then we can find one or two of the characters and just spend a quiet moment with them. Couple of weavers, of course the lapwings as well, some starlings. We did just get a glimpse of the Egyptian geese, and while they're perhaps swimming around, let's just spend some time with them. Perhaps going to have a little forage now. Still haven't seen the other adult. So I did just get the faint sounds of some European bee-eaters as well. And what we're doing is just enjoying a very cool little sighting of the goslings. One parent. We'll check in again with the springbok just now. But I'm assuming there'll be a bit of grazing going on or foraging. So nice to just watch that. Hi Jojo, so we really got off to a rather fantastic start here and generally, with there being all this food and water around, you can assume that most of the animals have dispersed. So the chance of us seeing more animals than usual, probably a bit slimmer than normal, as normal being a couple of months ago when there was kind of basically the height of the dry season before we started getting into our rainy season here now. That would have been really the peak. So it really is luck of the draw. We can't script any of the wildlife and their movements, but safe to assume that we probably will see less. But we have already had a bumper start. Black rhino is really a very special sighting. And of course, one zebra. I did also mention that there's the majority of the zebra population in Etosha and Okukuyo does migrate east during the rainy season. There is a small population that does hang back, but so most of the zebra have moved eastwards at the moment. Of course, the springbuck and then the zebra being the most numerous of the herbivores here in Etosha. Yet to see any giraffes of late either. We have had the odd sighting of some black-faced impala, and there has been a wildebeest bull around. So those would probably be the first animals that would probably come through. One or two oryx every now and then as well. So we'll just have to monitor and keep tabs. Of course, like I said, can't script it. You're really at the mercy of any of the wildlife in the area. So just a precious little moment here. Lovely quiet interlude after all that excitement with the black rhino. What I am going to do is I'm going to zoom back out again, and we're going to try and pick up on the springbuck that were a bit off to the distance of us. So kind of at that tree line, the Mopani thicket tree line just off here to the west of us. Let's see what's going on with them. Hopefully, and what I am hoping is that we do get them a bit closer. Looks like they have kind of dispersed as well. So can't pick up on any of them. We'll come back and join our Egyptian geese to see how they go about their foraging. Just going to get in a bit closer. Let's just have a look to see what's going on here. You'll be able to make out the springbuck, but they are rather far. So we'll try have a look. Roughly that tree line can be anywhere between 350 to 500 meters away. So we are looking at quite a distance. It does look like a lot of them are also kind of moving towards the tree line as well in the shade. Also noted that the springbuck will also kind of focus their feeding times to the early mornings and into the later afternoons and into the evenings as well. Do then also wait for dew to build up on any of the vegetation they might take, and they use that also to supplement the moisture they may need throughout a day as well. So very arid adapted antelope. Quite cool to see. So you'll just notice them buzzing about there. We'll just see if one or two don't decide to come closer. So it's quite cool, and our springbuck really are quite far away. And there's a bit of action across in Djuma, so it's time for us to go and see what's going on in the Sabi Sands. Pick up on some other action that is going on in the different locations. So quite clearly we have an Ellie bull, not the oldest of Ellie bulls, quite a young one. But lovely to have another grey pachyderm in our sights today. So a black rhino and a lovely elephant as well. But moving at quite a brisk pace. Seems like there's somewhere to be. We'll try and keep our best tabs on him, kind of slowing down a little bit now. But a rather quick pace as well. And we'll just have to follow. Definitely slowing down, but I think also heading back off into the thickets as well. So although a brief sighting, very cool to see anyway. Always great to see elephants. But I think we're going to lose them in the next few moments as well. And head into the thicket. And really just amazing that something that big can disappear so quickly like that. There's some Cape turtle doves that are calling here as well. Of course, the Ellie has now vanished. So our Ellie has vanished. Clearly not one for the camera today. What we'll do is have a little scan around. Let's see who else, or what else might be around here. Do want to see if we can't pick up on any of the water monitors and that as well. Doesn't look like anything here at the moment. A little bit windy as well, so odd bit of gust coming through. It will also just play with the stability of the camera when we are close in like that. But unfortunately, no water monitor for now. Water monitor being the biggest monitor we would get here in the Sabi Sands. Of course, the biggest monitor in the world is the Komodo dragon, obviously found on the island of Komodo, and a rather formidable reptile that is. So just having a little scan around. Trying to see if we can't pick up on anything else, some other movement, perhaps one or two things in the shade, or even down in the drainage line here. There's a couple of wallows there as well. So the Ellie has left us, and not too much else going on. Birds galore, emerald spotted wood dove, cuckoo, Birchall's starlings, and even a 20 franked plinia as well. So other than that, we're just going to have to be a bit patient, it seems. There was a really large herd of impala around earlier. That Ellie really did move off at some pace, so I'm not too sure what has disturbed him or why that was the case. Looks like there might be something further off down here. Cape turtle doves as well. It's just something that's fallen over their branch. Nice and overcast as well. Starting to get overcast. So of course, while we do have a little scan around, check to see if anyone else has decided to come join us. Please obviously be reminded that this is a live and immersive experience. It's obviously interactive, and it is your journey and safari into the African wilderness with us. So if you've got any questions, comments, points of interest, things you would like to know, do send those through to us. Of course, if you have an idea as to who you think might come down and join us here in Djuma or in Okakuyo, let us know as well. It'll be interesting to see who perhaps gets that right. But our Ellie very clearly no longer to be seen. Off in the thicket, and we will not be able to pick him up from here anymore. So it looks like our resident Egyptian geese here at Djuma are also out and about. They obviously have just the 2 goslings. You can see the little family of 4 there. We'll get a little look at them, considering they have come through to join us. You'll notice, obviously, that these goslings are far bigger than the ones in Okakuyo. And the reason for that is obviously because they're a bit older. There we go. So getting quite close to that fledgling age. Hi, Isabella, and perhaps the predators, because they do have their own clocks. They run on different timelines to us. Obviously, sometimes a little bit more skittish. And obviously then the smaller things too. So that could be mongoose, even genets, things like that. Rather tough to find sometimes. And if there were some of the rarer antelope, say, in the area, those would obviously also be something that we would then try and keep a lookout for. We're going to try and just keep tabs on our Egyptian goose family here now. The goslings are kind of just through the leaf at the moment. Looks like the 2 adults kind of getting out, so I'm hoping they get out at the moment. There we go. And we can then have a nice little visual of them. There's a blacksmith lapwing as well off in the distance there. Just kind of off to the left of the geese family right now. It looks like a little bit of a forage going to happen. Woodland's kingfisher calling as well. Just going to have to leave the camera here for now. Just be a bit patient with them. But nonetheless, very cool sighting anyway. At the moment, they seem to be hidden by the vegetation here. We'll just have to wait and see if they do pop out. We'll give it a few moments. So these Egyptian geese seem to have given us the slip. They're just behind the vegetation here at the moment. Just have to wait and be patient for them. However, it's time for us to say hello to Andrew and see what's going on with them in Amakhala.
Good morning everybody. Welcome again to Amakhala Game Reserve. I'm so chuffed to be back. It's been almost 3 weeks and back with Morgan here in Amakhala, and I'm pretty excited about that. It's just so good to be out in the bush again. And it seems like it's a pretty hot day today. Hello again everybody, my name is Andrew and I have Morgan behind me on camera. I hope you're all doing well. I've missed you all and I'm just so looking forward to being out in the bush with you all. So, good one. So I'm just giving a listen at the moment. It's dead still at the moment. It's a little bit of a breeze happening at the moment, but other than that, it's pretty still. And not hearing too many birds calling or any animals. And I think a large part of it has got to do with the temperature that it's going to be today. It's around about 35 degrees, somewhere around about there. And so we're definitely going to bumble around and see what animals we can find, given the fact that it's just so hot today. And we'll definitely keep hydrated, and hopefully the animals will too. And it's just nice just to stop and just watch this beautiful landscape. Brandy, hello. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. It's so good to be back. I mean, it was nice to be at home for 3 weeks, spend some time with my family and my dog. But you know, the bush is just one of those places that you will end up missing after a short period of time. So I think I was on day number 12, so almost 2 weeks, and I was ready to come back to the bush. So I'm just chuffed to be back now. So I'll be back for about 5 days. So sort of a quick in and a quick out. Just enough to get some of the bush and get that in my bones again. So just an update with the cheetah. So this morning we did spend a little bit of time looking for them. And they're probably laying flat somewhere under a bush at the moment. So we never managed to see them. But from what I've heard, they made another kill last night, on a mountain zebra. So they're definitely eating quite well at the moment, and they're looking in very, very good condition. Just trying to see if I can't spot a few raptors. There's going to be a lot of thermals at the moment, and we are close to the basin at the moment, and that's where most of the thermals are. I don't see anything at the moment, but we did see jackal buzzard driving around this morning. I believe the kestrels are back in full force. That'll be the Amur falcon, known as the previous name was a red-footed kestrel, eastern red-footed kestrel, and they are back now. Tina, interesting question you're asking. So the basin, there's definitely something that happened there. There was a bit of speculation that the sort of just the drop off from the ridge side going into the basin, it's almost like a big crater. And there was a bit of speculation that a meteorite could have hit the Earth's surface here many millions of years ago. But we don't find too much of that geology with broken up meteorite. So the next speculation is perhaps an underwater volcano many millions of years ago. Because this area was under the ocean. I did read the amount of millions of years ago. It was something like 400 million years ago or something like that. Some crazy number that this area was under the ocean. And if there was an underwater volcano here, it could very well have left a cavity or a crater. But then if you go into the basin, there's a few historical areas in there that I know of. Bushman's Grave is one of them. In fact, we're heading there. We're going to be heading there at some point this morning. Bushman's Grave, a few years ago, they found some Bushman bones. And paleontologists confirmed that it's Khoisan Bushman bones that they found, so time of the Bushmen. And then in another area of the basin, further towards Hills Neck, Safari Lodge, they did find dinosaur bones down there somewhere in the 90s. What else? Just trying to think.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
And with binoculars, I can see most of the basin from where we are here. And just to sit still for a few moments and just scan with binoculars, eventually you're going to spot something. It's just amazing. I've always found it quite amazing how temperature sensitive animals are. So on hot days like today, everything seems to disappear. They just disappear. It's like all the animals go underground. But the good thing is, later this afternoon, when it does start to cool down, those animals are sure to come out. And ultimately, your best time for game viewing is definitely the early mornings. And I know some people, when they come on safari, they wonder why the rangers go and, or the guides go and knock on their door at 5 o'clock in the morning. Surely that's a crazy time to be going out. But in fact, it's the best time. You go out from about 5, 6 or somewhere around there, go for 3 hours, and you catch the animals while they're still quite active. And then of course late evenings as well is also a very good time. Once the sun has started to cool down, things they definitely start to filter around and start to move around. Jean D, morning. God's Window. So at some point we'll go there, and it's got its name just because of how beautiful it is up there. And it's almost like God's Window, if you will. And that's how it's got its name. So a lot of the guides, when they have their guests out here and they stop at some point during their safaris, they stop and have either a morning coffee or a late sunset drink as the sun is going down. And they stop in those areas, and I mean, it's just so beautiful up there. And it's just nice for the guide as well, because you can point out things, you can show guests things with binoculars while they're just relaxing and having a snack and a drink. It's actually quite a nice, cool spot that we're in here. It's yeah, like I mentioned earlier, it's been warm getting out here. But as we sit still here, I can feel the air brushing against my face, and the air is very, very clean. There's actually very little pollution here in the Eastern Cape. There is pollution, of course, but on a if you had to compare it to some of the main cities, I mean, the level of pollution out here is really, really low. But anyway, I'm going to send you over to Alex, who's at Ukukuyo, and see what he's busy with there.
Thanks, Andrew. Yes, and back here in Okukuyo, we've got a springbok that has come rather close to us. So awesome just to see. Nice to just get a little perspective. Of course, the spurfowl are also going rather wild. And there's some European bee-eaters that are calling. It's a young springbok ram. Not the biggest of horns just yet, but with that width on the horn base, definitely a young ram. So nice to see. Nice that one is so close to us. Of course, just enjoying a nice little bit of graze right here. We'll just have to wait and see what goes on, but awesome just to be able to sit and be rather close to the springbok. Really quite cool. I was hoping that this would happen. They were, or a number of them were quite far off in the distance, and was making it quite a tough sighting, really. But nice that this one has come here and giving us a little treat at the moment. Hi Amber, thank you very much for your question. And it really does depend on the antelope species. Obviously you have some that are exclusively grazers, and some that are mixed feeders and browsers as well, meaning that they would then take graze or browsing matter, depending on the time of the year and its availability as well. So the springbok that we're looking at right now, of course, with this nice green flush that is here, very nutritious, lovely young grass shoots. That is going to be the focus for it right now, but they will take succulents, other forbs, they do browse as well, and even dig up the odd tuber every now and then too. If there were any fruits or flowers in that available as well, it would also be part of this one's diet too. We did mention things being predominantly grazers as well, so antelope such as wildebeest, primarily focusing then on shorter grass. We do enjoy shorter grass. Things like impala and kudu. Impala being more mixed feeders, kudu primarily browsers, although they will at such times such as this perhaps take some of this nice fresh green shoot that is out as well. So it really does depend on the antelope, does depend on the area as well, and of course the availability of any of those food items. So quite clearly, the springbok at the moment enjoying a bit of a graze. You'll notice it just using those front teeth and lips, basically picking out that fresh shoot at the moment. Hi Ben, I do think there's perhaps some devil thorn in amongst this grass here at the moment. I do not know exactly what the name of that flower is here. I wouldn't be surprised if there's some devil thorn there as well, and that could perhaps be devil thorn flower. But yeah, in terms of the botanicals up here in Natasha, still to learn a number of the flowers. Flowers are also rather tough to gauge as well. They can be perennial. Sometimes certain flowers will only pop out after certain amounts of rain or lack of rain as well. So flowers are sometimes quite a tough one to get a handle on. But, the flowers of Etosha are something that are rather unknown to myself. But in terms of a bit of a speculation, perhaps some devil thorn, so that could very well be the yellow devil thorn flower. That is there. We're still just keeping track of this little springbok ram that is here. Lovely that it's so close to us. Really such a cool little scene right now. All that lovely green. Of course, the little yellow flowers as well. And the springbok just enjoying a bit of breakfast at the moment.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic...
You miss all. Never fear, you won't have to miss another beat on Wild Earth again with our Catch-Ups channel, where you can rewatch missed safaris and shows whenever you please. Only available on the Wild Earth app.
Thank you for joining us and have a fantastic morning.
So still just sitting here. Nice to just watch the springbok now that is right close to us. Of course, picking up that European bee-eater. Lots of them that are actually around too. A couple of doves as well that I can now hear. It has been very cool. So nice and peaceful. Great to sit back and just sit and watch the springbok graze in front of us. But it's time for us to check in again with Nick and see what he's found for us.
Okay, welcome back to Kariega. Done a little bit of driving. Put the foot down on the accelerator a little bit, get to a different section of the reserve. And we've got this lovely scene here of some lions, a male lion and a lioness. And as you can see, they are shifted right up against the shrub here, trying to get as much shade as they can. Remember, we were talking a little earlier about how steamy it is today. And you can't blame them for really taking it easy. So the last that we saw these lions, remember we mentioned that there was a bit of mating going on. So remember, there are the two males who are brothers, and then this lioness who's on the right, so 3 lions altogether. And there was a bit of mating action that had been going on for a few days. So look how close these two are sitting together. And what is really, really interesting about it is that there's actually been a reversal of roles. So this male who's lying next to this lioness, who is in fact the less dominant of the two. Remember, the male who had, or who has got all the scars on his face, was the one who was doing all of the mating. And if this male that we're looking at now was getting close, he was growling, he was being very aggressive towards him. So there's now actually been a shift of roles. I haven't seen them mating yet. I mean, we've literally just got here. But I would assume that with them lying so close to each other like this, that there will be a bit of mating. Teresa, you know what they say, you can never get too much of a good thing. That's why I thought we'd see if we could potentially find these guys. I'm so glad that you're enjoying it. So in terms of what's happened here, of the reversal of roles, is more common than you would think. So remember, in terms of lion mating, lions will mate for sort of 4 days or so, usually around 4 days, every sort of 20 to 30 minutes. And then from there, the mating will usually stop. So in terms of, if there is a coalition like we've got here of 2 males, the dominant one will be the one doing the mating. Then, once you get to kind of like day 4, it has been recorded quite a few times. You read in wildlife behavioral guides and things like that, and I've seen it over the years as well, of the dominant male will then let his brother, who is less dominant, kind of mate for maybe like the last day, just to kind of make him feel good about life. You know, by the time day 4 comes along, fertilization has usually taken place. You know, he's mated, let's call it every half an hour, for 3 to 4 days, flat out. If he hasn't passed on his seed by then, he hasn't done a sufficient job. So this is a relatively common behavior or change to take place within the whole mating strategy. So I definitely plan on just sitting here for a little bit and just seeing what develops. In terms of, remember, when the mating does take place, remember, it is painful for the female, so there's lots of growling and things, and that's definitely going to grab the attention of the second male. And it'll be interesting to see if he looks up, if he growls, if he comes closer, you know, what he gets up to. The positioning of that other male, I can see him. He's around 50 meters or so, 40 meters away from these two that we're having a look at. Max, during the mating process, no, they're not really going to go off hunting. They're quite focused just on the actual mating process itself. But you've got to bear in mind that if they are lying down resting like this, and you can see how these ones have just sat up, the other males just walked into the bush to get some shade, and he's crinkled a few twigs and things like that, caught their attention. But no, they're not actively going to mate. However, instinctually, if something walks past that hasn't seen them, their instinct to grab that will kick in, and they'll 100% take advantage of that. I've seen it with leopards before, of leopard that were mating at night time, and there was actually a storm that was coming in, so there was lots of lightning, there was lots of thunder, there was a herd of elephants in the area as well, and there was this massive bolt of lightning that came down, loud, you know, and it rips through the air as well. That upset a herd of elephants, which started trumpeting. Some of the elephants actually started pushing over, like bulldozing some trees. This in turn upset some impala, and they started running away from the elephant, inadvertently straight towards these leopard, which had been mating for around like day 3. They'd been mating for a few days already. And the instinct of these leopards just took over, and both of them, it was actually amazing to watch, they both latched onto exactly the same impala, which was very interesting. So they definitely weren't going to pass up that opportunity, and it will be the same thing for these lions that we're having a look at. But for the moment, they're not going to actively look to go and hunt. Number one, they're interested in the mating process now, and number two, it's very, very hot. You can see they're both breathing quite hard, trying to cool down. It would sap a lot of energy to move around looking for potential prey, then go through that whole stalking process. It's also really bright now. You know, their cover wouldn't be as good now as opposed to hunting at night time. This male on the left-hand side's got that beautifully thick mane. It's also not as camouflaged as what that lioness would be. So there are there's factors that wouldn't advise hunting now. Zoe, I'm just going to stand by and double check. I think your question was, can a lioness give birth to twins? Did I hear that correctly? Okay, oh, he is up. Here we go. We might get a little bout of mating here. Wow. Wow, incredible to witness that live. Lions mating. Boom shakalaka. That's awesome. So just to get back to the question there, can a lioness give birth to twins? Potentially. I don't see no reason why she can't. I'm not too sure how we would tell if they are twins. It would be quite difficult. But I don't see any reason why she wouldn't be able to. And look at this position of them lying or sitting up like this now. This is amazing to now look at the size differences between the two. Look at the difference in the size of the head, of the neck, even of the whole body. I know it is really bright, but this is a really, really good example. And you can see now how dark that mane is of the male. She's much lighter, much creamier underneath her chest. So did you see how the male mounted her, he mated, and then he kind of dismounted, and there wasn't a whole lot of aggression between the two of them? That's also one of the more common things to start seeing after sort of day 4 of mating. On day 1 of mating, the female really turns around and she absolutely wallops the male. And because of that, that male will quite often get a lot of scars and things during that mating process. Remember, it's sore for the female, that whole mating process itself. The male's got a barb on his penis, which is used to help stimulate ovulation, but for the female that's quite painful. And whether or not this is true, I mean, I've just theorized this, that maybe after sort of 4 days of mating, that pain has become slightly more tolerable compared to sort of day 1. Because it doesn't happen, you know, this is not a rarity in terms of that male dismounting and the female not trying to hit him. But that's absolutely incredible to watch lions mating live. Whew, too good. We've started this day off right. Laura, in terms of them staying together, I would kind of imagine that they would probably part ways. So now they've been together for sort of 4 or 5 days, and they've probably had enough of each other. There's no set rule though. So there is a chance that they may stay together. Usually you'll see that kind of part ways. You know, for the female, you can kind of understand why as well. For 4 days, every single time she gets up and even moves half of a meter, she's got a male following her, whether it's this one or the last one. And for her, the second male's now finished mating with her for 4 days, 3 days. And now she possibly thinks like, oh, done and dusted, you know, I'm home and dry. And all of a sudden the next male steps in. So for her, I'm sure she probably wants a bit of alone time. You can see she's really panting. She's really breathing hard. She's feeling the heat. So at the moment they've got themselves a lovely little patch of shade, but obviously as the day progresses, the angle of the sun is going to change and the positions of the shade will move, and they'll have to move and turn. There is a water hole not too far from here, which they can go and have a drink at. If you have a look at the female, look at her mouth. It's nice and clean. There's no dirty bits there to indicate that she's been drinking at all. Yeah, so in those whiter areas closer to her mouth, on her chin, on her bottom lip, if she had been to one of the water holes and had drunk there, you would see there'd be that dirty watermark. So she's looking very, very clean. She would groom herself after that. The male would probably groom himself and maybe each other to strengthen the bond between the two of them. But you can see she's sitting up, she's looking around, she's still quite vigilant. I wonder if she's not going to get up and potentially shift positions soon enough. Who knows? I mean, I feel like that shady spot of where she is quite a good one. She is closing her eyes every now and then. But what an absolute treat to be able to see this pair. And if you were able to join us the last time we saw these lions, which was now about 2 days ago, we were suspecting that they did have a carcass in the thickets, and I was chatting to some of the other rangers and the guides, and they confirmed that. They did catch a warthog, so they managed to have a good feed 2 days ago. In terms of where they are in relation to where we saw them 2 days ago, they're really not too far. Remember when this whole mating process takes place, excuse me, they'll get up and move, but really not too far. So it's not like these males have been off on territorial patrol. I haven't heard any roaring at night since they've been here. And maybe that warthog that they did manage to catch was a unsuspecting victim. We mentioned that there is a waterhole close by. Maybe he came to the water to have a little bit of a drink, maybe even a little mud bath. And in leaving the waterhole, or even going towards the waterhole, didn't spot these lions resting up in the thicket, in the shade, in the grasses. And that was his unlucky demise. She really is in beautiful condition, this lioness, though, my word. Still young, only about 2.5 years old. So this is her first mating session she's ever had, around 2.5 years of age, which is a normal sort of age to start coming into estrus to for a lioness. Quite young, 3 years is... coming into estrus around 3 years is not uncommon. Bobby, there may be multiple males that'll mate with a lioness, but there'll only be one male who is the father in terms of, fertilization. It's usually only going to be one of the males. But you can get plenty of different males mating. If you have a look at famous coalitions of lions, I don't know if, I'm sure some of you have heard of the Mapogos, the Mapogo male lions. So there was a coalition of lions that reigned in the Sabi Sands many years ago now. What's it now? Sort of 12, 15 years or so many years ago. And it was a coalition of 6 males. And in their reign, in their movement of taking over pretty much most of the Sabi Sands to be their territory and ousting other pride males, in that process, they killed 100 lions, including females, other males, and cubs. Okay, so obviously them coming into contact with different prides, fighting other males, those males, unfortunately dying from the fight. That's nature. That happens. It's been documented in plenty of other places. But what actually happened after that, which was really interesting, was the males would then go and kill the cubs that were in the pride, because essentially for a male taking over, he wants to pass on his bloodline. He wants to ensure his bloodline. He doesn't care about any other males. And from a human standpoint, this is quite ruthless. But from a lion's perspective and lion dynamics, this is just how the cookie crumbles. He would then go and kill all of those cubs. And in so doing, secures himself and gives himself the best opportunity to pass on his bloodline. So let's say that those cubs in that pride are 6 months old. Okay? If he didn't kill them, if he took over the pride without killing them, he's then raising bloodlines that aren't his, and the lionesses will more than likely only come into estrus again when those youngsters are probably closer to, let's call it 2 years. So he's waiting another 1.5 years to be able to pass his bloodline on, which, for a male lion, he's wasting his time then. So like we said, that's the way the cookie crumbles. So then by killing those cubs, that forces the female to come back into estrus foster. Here we go. Here comes another bout. I don't know if you can hear that, but there is some growling and grumbling going on. Yeah, he's a beauty. Look at that mane. He is big. Wow. 2 bouts of mating in, what is that, 15 minutes, 20 minutes. I feel like our odds are good. We should go into a game of high-level stakes here, high-level poker. Yeah, that's absolutely incredible. Yes, please. So just, to get back to what we were saying, I mean, that was a pleasant distraction. But in terms of the male killing those cubs, it'll bring that female into estrus foster. Natalie, do lionesses suffer from morning sickness? No, they don't. I don't know the exact physiologies of how these things work in lions, other than the obvious, but they will not experience morning sickness. So obviously that physical mating will take place. She will then turn onto her back just to ensure the flow of all those genetics from the male does go in the right direction, and she'll roll around like that for a little bit, and then from there, that's about it. You're not going to see her walking around vomiting all over the place. She can get on with it. I mean, you can see, if, like we were talking about, if an impala or a warthog came past, she'd be up, she'd be moving, she'd be hunting. She doesn't suffer any ill effects. Well, back down to resting, but I'm sure we'll have another bout soon enough. So just to bring our story full circle, those Mapocho male lions that we were talking about from the Sabi Sands, so they came in and they took over pretty much the whole of the Sabi Sands. So they have now killed all these cubs of other prides that they've taken over. Then you've got 6 males, okay? So bear in mind there would usually be a dominant male amongst those 6, but it was documented by quite a few different ranges at the time that one of the females from the various prides would come into estrus, and one of the males would mount the female to start mating. And all these other males would be infuriated because they all wanted to pass their bloodlines on. And they would pull this male off, and all 6 males would start fighting with each other. And I mean, you can imagine the noise, the paws that are flying, bits of mane getting pulled out. And the lioness, obviously, she wanted to have none of this, so she would try and slink away. And then these 6 males would take their wrath, take their fury out on that lioness, and kill the lioness just like that. Which goes against the very reason of why they're trying to take over an area, because by taking over a territory, that means there's lionesses in that pride. And, obviously that means they can pass their bloodline on. So these Mapochos killed over 100 lions in their reign of taking over a lot of the Sabi Sands, which is absolutely incredible. If you are interested in that coalition of Mapocho male lions and even coalitions of male lions within the whole Sabi Sands area, there is a movie that's been, it's all more of a documentary rather than a movie, let's clear that up. Brothers in Blood, Lions of the Sabi Sands. And there's actual footage of these Mapochos and their quest to take over. So you look at a lot of really successful coalitions of lions. You know, your Mapochos were 6. You look at your... Who else have we got? We've got our Majinga lions, who were also 4 as far as I believe. Your Matimbas, who were 6, weeded all the way down to 4, then 2, then none. So all your really successful coalitions of lions have been more than 1. So this coalition that we've got here, we've got 2. It's definitely not right up there with sort of 5 and 6, but 2 is definitely better than 1. Grace, they'll stay in the same general area. They're not going to stay right next to the shrub here. You know, they'll get up and they'll walk a little bit. Since day 1 of the mating process, from where I first saw these lions mating to where they are now, they've probably gone about like 2 kilometers or something like that, 1.5 kilometers maybe. So they've definitely moved. You know, it's not like the males are, when they go off on a territorial patrol, they can cover kilometers and kilometers in one evening. You know, you head out on morning game drive and you head to the area potentially where they were seen the previous evening, and you're starting from there. You may well have to track 8 kilometers or so to try and find lions in the morning after they've been on a territorial patrol. But for lions that have been mating, they'll definitely move, but they're not going to move nearly the same distance. You can see how that lioness has now put her head right into that thicket there, trying to get as much shade as she can. The second male, who's out of the frame, I can't see him anymore, but he's tucked himself well into a dense thicket, probably about twice the size of the one that we're having a look at here. And as we start to get to midday, shade's going to be harder and harder to find. They're going to have to go deeper and deeper into this thicket, I'd assume. Sorry about that, everyone. Just a vehicle coming past there. And when you hear of lions being in the area, you can't say no to that. Okay, while our lions are resting in the shade here, I think we're going to take you across to Alex in Okukuyo and see what he's got on that side of the world.
Thank you, Nick. And yes, our Springbok are coming out in full force at the moment. From that one young ram to 4 currently in frame. There was a 5th that just left us, but really enjoying all this fresh foliage. And I did mention of this earlier, how the egrets have been around and kind of following behind the Springbok and then hawking off any insects that do get disturbed by them feeding. So lovely to be able to see this. A little bit of hunting going down with some herbivore feeding. So quite cool, nice to just sit back and enjoy. And it's always interesting watching how different animals then interact and how they may benefit because of their presence. So quite cool watching that egret move behind. Obviously just hidden off at the moment, so keep a tab on it. A couple of European beaters calling, and cicada as well. Quite a cool scene. Sorry, Pamela, I must just get your question again. What causes most division amongst? Hi, Pamela. So it's an interesting observation. And if anything, the divisions would then come in with a, it would really come through just with regards of like times of the year. So, if there was a rut, say, presence, maybe the changing of a stallion with regards to a zebra harem, that would cause division perhaps. But not necessarily that there is much division, there isn't really much angst that goes on between them. So, it's, as I said, an interesting observation because, we would have to look at a number of different kind of scenarios and what would really be going on at the time for division really to be made. But obviously, things like sorting out territorial, hierarchy as well as mating rights. Of course, younger lambs and that are present. But yeah, it'll also change across the different species. So zebra, I said that would probably be where we would see more of a divide, I would assume. So that would actually come in with regard to a new stallion coming in and, obviously wanting to start a lineage of his own as well. So perhaps then, maybe being very nasty or mean to some younger foals, maybe even killing the odd one as well. But that also could change. So dynamics really are affected by different things across different areas and across different species as well. Would have, different ways that might then play out. But things like rhino, for example, coming through and also wanting to, start lineages and the rest, also not unheard of. There was a reserve that I know of, southwest of the Kruger, so a lot further south of the Sabi Sands in Djuma, where we have been, where there was in fact a bull white rhino that went on a bit of a spree and did sadly obviously cause some fatalities amongst the rhino there as well. So a number of younger calves and one or two older bulls and even one cow as well that sadly met their demise due to him, and that also just different dynamics again in a different area. So it really does depend. So we would really have to look quite closely at a scenario and then start to figure out the dynamics from there. So really awesome, really cool, lovely and peaceful. The wind having died down, a nice silhouette there on the one springbok. Egret has moved off, although I'm sure there'll be one or two more that do come around and try and hawk some insects that are disturbed. But really just a peaceful scene at the moment, and really great that these springbok have come to join us. I'm going to just zoom out and have a little look around. I'm hoping that the wildebeest bull does also come through again. Otherwise, what we will do is continue to sit with the springbok. They are really nice and close, and it's always cool to be able to have a good look at everyone when they are around. And the acacia pied barbet calling. So we should get a second silhouette now as that other springbok kind of approaches the water's edge. And we'll just leave us here for now because we've also got that nice little line of view into the distance there along that Mpani thicket line. Of course, that's where the black rhino missioned off earlier on. A little bit of vocal from the Egyptian geese. There's that one egret off to the right hand side here. And of course, a springbok nice and close, enjoying the graze. So it really is awesome when we get those nice vocals of the European bee-eaters. We've got such a special call. Of course, we don't have it all year round. So nice just to have that kind of serenading us through mid-morning at the moment. At least here, CAT. Another springbok off in the distance there. Of course, these 5 that are rather close to us, the other 2 just around the water's edge. So very nice. Hi, Elijah. And that's a very interesting comment, and not that I'm aware of. But what they do have is obviously that ability to kind of regulate the heat to some degree. You will find that now as the day kind of starts to get warmer towards the middle part of the day, they will also take rest and rest up in the shade. They also then won't graze as much either. They'll rather ruminate and conserve that energy. And of course, also just the way that they would stand. So, standing kind of in certain positions that kind of take away that direct heat or direct line of sight to the sun or heat as well. So you'll see them standing in one position or another. And we're not really seeing that behavior at the moment. But of course, also a number of other adaptations that they then do have in terms of being able to regulate that heat. That white belly, obviously being able to reflect anything that then would be coming up towards them. That lovely little shallow line that's over there. And of course, then the tawny top. Even if you look at their faces, and I'll try to get a little closer, you see adaptations there that also would then help with heat. So those dark lines that line up from their eye and kind of lead towards the nostrils, also aiding with regards to being able to protect themselves from the heat and sun. And you see those eyeballs as well. And also the white around their face also helping to reflect off any excess heat as well, helping them then with regulation. Also, what they do have is that kind of patch on their backs, and you'll be able to see the ridge line that kind of does go down. So it's from around midway of their back all the way down to the base of their tails. That kind of pouch that is there, that basically is really long hair, metatarsal pouch that they then have. Not really metatarsal, but it's that patch. And when they start and prunk, which is what springbok do, that white hair then does pop out. It kind of looks almost like a big fringe or mane. It kind of does sit under there. And that is a distinguishing factor in how we would also note that they are separate animals or species to antelope or the gazelle antelopes as well. So sharing a common ancestor but being separated geographically, as well as having a number of different adaptations that do make them different. So just going to zoom back out again. With the springbok kind of moving off. And what's interesting also is that springbok, in fact, the third fastest animal, Thompson's gazelle being the fourth. So reaching speeds up to around 90 odd kilometers an hour. You notice there's some kind of like a fixed grid system that these springbok do then use in terms of grazing. Kind of is, wherever the shoots taste best, and kind of mill about from there. So definitely nothing that is routine or kind of structured in the way that they are grazing, but just cool that they are really right close to us, and really fantastic just to be able to spend some time. So we're still just sitting here with our springbuck. They are treating us to a very cool little moment of time with them. There's a number of them that are, actually the numbers of them also, just starting to build up, kind of moving towards the shade like we were talking about. But really quite cool, just watching them, listening to some of the lapwings that are calling now. Trying to wait on these egrets to see if they come any closer. That one egret that is at least in frame. See if it won't start to pick up at any insects that may be around. So it has been very cool, lovely and relaxing here. It's time for us to go and check in again with Andrew and Morgan down in Amakala and see what they found sleeping under a tree.
Thanks, Alex. We have managed to locate this male lion now. It was a bit of a mission, but we did come out on top here. Morgan actually spotted him lying under this boerbean tree.
So unfortunately we did just lose Andrew and Morgan, but we'll be back again with them shortly. And these springbuck really are treating us, and it has just been a moment in time where we've been able just to switch off, just enjoy it. But what I'm going to do is zoom back out again. As I said, I've been trying to find out where our wildebeest bull is, because he is obviously around and in the area, and wildebeest bulls are territorial, so hoping that at some point throughout the day we'll probably get a little look-see at him. But quite a cool scene at the moment. Nice to actually sit back, at least from here, and be able to see if anything else does kind of move towards us. But a number of springbuck that have decided that they will be joining us. So we'll sit here for a few moments. We'll see if anything else doesn't start to come down. I'm hoping that the numbers of the egrets also do get bigger. But we'll just have to wait and see what happens with that. The European beat is still going pretty tilt. We haven't been able to see any of them though. They are rather tough to pick up off this camera. Perhaps we'll see some hawking as well. So hawking basically as they fly past, and if there is any insect life around or on the water's surface, they might perhaps go for that or even drink. So nice to sit back out here and just wait to see if that does start to occur. I've been hearing them for quite some time now, so definitely about and feeding in the area. So it seems like the Springbok are going to be indulging us for the moment, and that's exactly what we will do, indulge them too. Get a closer look at them as they kind of forage about on this closer edge of the waterhole. Nothing too much else going on really in the distance at the moment. But just a cool scene regardless. So quite cool. I'm hoping that this one gets down to the water. We'll get a bit closer, have a look at the Egyptian geese. And some thirsty springbuck. So quite clearly, the other adult that we haven't seen yet today, the Egyptian geese now back. So the entire family is present and around and accounted for. Hi Molly, yes, you're so right. It really is so peaceful today in Okakuyo. Lovely and clear skies, the Egyptian geese all around, some of the springbok taking advantage of the shade now. But really peaceful scenes. Still actually reveling off the sighting of that black rhino earlier. That was really fantastic. Lovely to see, really rather unexpected as well.
Here at Wild Earth, we know it's not always possible to watch your favorite show live. If catching up on safaris is critical to you, then download the Wild Earth app and watch the catch-ups here first. Catch-ups are available on our app before YouTube, and in addition, there are cut-downs of each show for those who only have time to watch the best bits.
That was incredibly cute.
Download the brand new Wild Earth app today and don't miss out.
At the moment, we're just watching the dynamics between the springbok and the Egyptian geese. One adult goose going after one of the springbok, it seemed. Not too happy with them getting too close to the goslings. We might see one or two of them chasing another springbok around momentarily. So just something cool to watch out for. We'll wait to see if that does, in fact, happen. Looks like rather avoid the confrontation and commence with swimming lessons. It looks like avoidance is probably the best tactic for the moment. A little grebe there as well as a blacksmith lapwing. We'll just wait to see what does kind of unfold and if the geese do get angry again with the springbok. The springbok really haven't done much to them, so it'll be just interesting to see. And I think, had the goslings been a little bit smaller, younger, there definitely would have been some far more vocal and bit more aggressive chasing going on, but we'll just have to wait and see how that goes. So to anyone else that has now joined us, of course you're here with me, Alex, in Okakuyo, and we were with Nick in Kariga, some lions and other general game that he'd seen, and with Andrew and Morgan down in Amakhala, also with lions. And here in Okakuyo, it's been a rather busy day. Lots of springbok action. Of course, we've been keeping tabs on the Egyptian geese, and we also had black rhino as well as one lone zebra. It's been a very busy day. Really no complaints. Did have a lone and rather quick sighting of an Ellie bull, rather young Ellie bull in Djuma. But we'll just have to keep tabs and see what goes on across the different areas and where the action is. Then obviously make sure we engage. Looks like the action kind of dipping down a little bit at the moment. Springbok far more interested in the shade, and it looks like the Egyptian geese far happier that that is the case as well. So still just watching to see if the geese will in fact maybe chase off any of the springbok. It doesn't seem to be the case now. They seem to be rather relaxed right now. The goslings are enjoying a bit of a graze, a little forage. So rather peaceful scenes have again commenced here in Okakuyo. White Mane, you are 100% correct. He really did have a bee in his bonnet. And not too chuffed with how close that springbok had gotten. Although, what you'll watch right now is that the little goslings are kind of getting far closer to that springbok. It's clearly a little bit relaxed. So a nice scene anyway. So it seems like we've got down to a mild panic now, at least the Egyptian geese have. I'm going to zoom back out again. Try to keep a look and see what else is going on. See where the other springbok might have got to. Even have a look at the egret that has come through. So the egrets are back in good numbers here. And we have, it seems to be, we'll just confirm it now. I just want to get a little bit closer. Looks like an Adam's stork. Little young one at that as well, but very cool to see. Sometimes see them actually more in flocks. So very cool. Nice to see another new bird, at least for me here in Okakuyo. But it's time for us to go and check in again with Nick and see what's going on in Kariega.
Okay, big ostrich bird. Quite a few of them out and about, really. We've got just one in the frame here. Whoopsie, that's a little bit too far to the right hand side. Camera moved by itself. It's coming alive. Yeah, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 ostrich. And I'll tell you what, their cooling mechanisms are obviously working, because they are slap bang out in the middle of the sun, and it clearly doesn't seem to be perturbing them too much. Good on them. Good on them. Remember, they are adapted for drier, hotter conditions. So can't blame them for enjoying a little bit of this summer sunshine, some summer delight. Yeah, and we've got quite a few zebras and things around as well. There's our zebras there that we can see. Yeah, so we've got ostrich, zebra, a little bit of everybody out and about here. In terms of the position of where we are, this zebra that we can see on the left hand side here, Scotia Dam's kind of in the background, relatively close to the zebra, maybe another few hundred meters behind it and to the left hand side. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit more for you and show you exactly who it is. That, my friends, is our friend Stompie. Stompie the zebra, easily identifiable with his very short tail. He's back. Nomsa, thanks for little interaction there. Stompie laying down the law, my man. Nomsa, definitely. I hope with that question about the wind that you're not hearing the wind coming in my microphone, but it's definitely starting to pick up, and aggressive, hard, strong winds will definitely affect the animals' hearing. They can't hear as well. You know, they definitely struggle to make out noises compared to as if it is dead still. So that in turn will make them slightly more nervous, just because it's harder to detect potential predators, to detect lions and things like that. So it will definitely have a big effect on their behavior. Stompie not wanting to be seen by us here, giving us the butt shot. So it will definitely affect the behavior of animals. The weather actually plays a large role in terms of what animals do get up to. Wind playing a massive effect, or having a massive effect. You think of storms and things coming into the area. You know, storms will definitely have an effect in terms of the predators trying to use those conditions, those turbulent conditions of strong wind, rain, lightning, thunder, using all of those to their advantage to try and hunt, because those prey species are not able to detect them as easily as if it was a dead still calm day. But with the wind picking up like it is, this open spot here, this open clearing, is definitely a good place for a lot of our antelope species as well as our ostrich to be. Like we mentioned, they can't hear as well, so being right out in the open, they can rely a lot more on their eyesight. There's not enough cover really for a threat like a lion or something to sneak up on them, so yeah, they're doing well, showing a little bit of wisdom here.
Sadly, we did just lose Nick there. We'll be back with him again though shortly. Watch out how those zebras start interacting with each other down there. Of course, we are here back in Okakuyo. There's a couple of springboks still dotted around the area, and just prior to when we left, we were looking at this Adams stork. Juvenile one at that. As I said, it's normally that you see them in flocks. They are very cool birds as well. So this juvenile one probably waiting to find out where the others are at, and then get on with it from there. Just having a look at this Adams stork, the juvenile that I was talking about. Really a bit of blue on them, as I was saying. They are normally in flocks as well. So very cool. Nice to see something different. Of course, all little egrets that are around as well. Very lovely to see. Nice to have some difference and variety. It's quite cool to spend a moment there. So cool to spend some time with some different wildlife and birds. However, it's time for us to go and have a look and see what's going on in Djuma. There's a nice grey friend on that side. So as you can see, a very big Ellie bull that has come down to join us. A couple of impala that were just off to the right hand side of him. Grey-headed bushrack that is now calling. And our Ellie bull, kind of indecisive, not really too sure whether he wants to drink, wallow, or graze, or browse even for that matter. But right here towards the mud wallow as well. But he's done quite a big kind of circle around Gari Dam. He did leave for a second and then came back. So just interesting watching what's going on. Quite clearly he has been wallowing though already today. You can see that wet mud behind the back of his ears. Lovely to hear this grey-headed bushrack. And one or two impala also off in the distance. So just adding to the amount of things that we have seen today. Really quite cool. Bit of prey calling in the distance as well. But really a big boy. And lovely to see that. Try to get a little bit closer in on him. Really rather wide tusks. Pretty impressive as well. You just see how big those shoulders and his head and neck muscles really are. Resting his trunk now as well. So really very cool. Lovely to see a lovely bull like this. So how long he does hang around for, how long we get visual of him, remains to be seen. As I said, he seems to be quite indecisive. Not too sure whether drinking, wallowing, grazing or browsing is on the top of his list just yet. We'll just have to wait and see what unfolds. So much like that smaller and younger bull that we saw earlier, once these ellies do get into the thicket, they literally vanish so quickly. You wouldn't even know half the time that there had even been one, or one was even in the thicket. So just quite cool as they kind of almost evaporate into the greenery. Well, just to give you an example as to really how fast he can disappear. So I'm going to keep zoomed in for a bit. As I said, kind of indecisive, not really too sure on what's going on. I'm just checking out what was happening around here, and then heading off perhaps for some feeding. A red-faced testicular calling now. He's gone into a thicket there, just where there's that silver cluster leaf just in front of what looks to be bush willow. And he has evaporated. Gone. Just can see outline of his ears moving. Almost like an invisibility cloak has been put over the ellie. So some lovely audio of the Woodlands Kingfisher. And if you can make out, there is that big ellie bull here, just in the trees, in that thicket. You'll be able to see his ears moving and flapping. Otherwise, he is really hidden. So you can just see the top of his shoulders really and back at the moment. And I think doing exactly that, getting into some browsing, some feeding going on at the moment for him. It's like a big rock with a pulse. Hi, Eddie. So I think as they do get older, and with age, obviously, depending on how big those tusks are, but some of those mega tuskers would definitely play a part to some degree. But of course, you know, being very fit, of course, agile animals, they are obviously designed and structured for those tusks too. So, you know, just means that then, you know, a very big neck and shoulder muscle area would probably then ensue and come about because of that as well. So much like carrying weights around with you all the time, you know, you do kind of learn to, I suppose, cope with that, but also physically, you know, morph into what you need to be in order to carry those as well. But definitely with older age, so some of those big super tuskers up in Tsavo, for example, definitely having found it rather tough, because obviously elephants will go through that last change of their molars and find it very tough then to break down that food. So getting in that nutrients as well. And that would then obviously affect muscle maintenance and the rest too. So yes, very likely that within old age, those heavy tusks would perhaps pose a burden. You can just see his trunk coming around now, browsing. It's in the tree line here. Rather windy. Lovely to get that audio of the emerald spotted wood dove. I'll try to get a little closer so we can watch that trunk of his. You can just see the outline of his back as well. So quite tough to make them out, but it is quite cool when you notice that trunk kind of come through, almost like this big telescope that can grip food for it. Obviously a number of tasks that the trunk is used for. But I'm just trying to make out where exactly he is. So I think having gripped off some of that food, he's probably stripping it right now. Did just allude to the fact that they have a certain number of teeth. There we go, there's that trunk again. So 6 sets of 4 molars that are then replaced throughout that life of theirs. That's a lilac-breasted roller that's calling. And obviously once the last set have worn through, it is through old age then that most ellies then would pass away. And because of that, you know, not being able to maintain body mass, consume as much nutrients as well, that obviously then would lead to degradation in their physique, and of course then finding it rather tough to get about. So sad, but that is the case, unfortunately.
Back to School Week is now drawing to a close. Join James and Cedric for a fireside chat to take a look back at the highlights from a very special week. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join them as they take a look at how important it is to connect our future conservationists to the natural world. Wild Earth Kids, it's in your nature.
So, fortunately, our early bull did disappear off into the thicket, but these impala are around, and it looks like they all are moving up from Gowrie Dam. So I'm going to just zoom out and we'll have a look at them. I'm sure they'll probably get under the shade here and then start grazing again. So just quite a peaceful scene anyway with them. Chagra as well, I think, or Scrub Robin. I'll just have to double check that now. However, I'm just watching, keeping a tab on these impala. I'm hoping they do kind of rest up here in the shade, but very possible that with this wind as well, they're also going to make it off towards the thicket. So a little black crowned Chagra calling there. Of course, just watching the impala as they saunter off towards the top thicket line here, opposite direction from the elephant. Of course, giving him some space. Hi, Doris. Yes, they are only found in Africa. And this is the common impala. And then the other subspecies being the black-faced impala that we get up in Kikuyu, in Etosha, endemic to that area, more arid adapted. And perhaps there's some debate to be had around some of the East African impala, although assumed that impala, these common impala and East African ones are up in Tanzania and Kenya. Some very wide and big horns, perhaps are maybe separate, but that is a very big debate and a lot of speculation perhaps that does go on with that. So it's safe to say 2 subspecies of impala at least that are designated right now, and these common ones looking like they are going to be moving off into the thicket, kind of away from the wind, into the shade as well. Hi, Vincent. Thanks for your question. Again, that'll also come down to the area and where plants are actually found, or certain plants. It's thought, though, that, for example, in this area, Tamboti would perhaps help with indigestion to some degree. In the Zulu culture, at least, as well, it is also used as a purgatory substance too. So the ashes sometimes are used as that, carried around normally in a bushbuck horn. And, that is then used to kind of purge. So definitely Tamboti in the area. And perhaps, that is definitely one that I am thinking of. Perhaps even one of the silver cluster leaves or Pranoides family. So silver cluster pod as well. But at least in this area, my thoughts go towards Tamboti. So just zooming about. Can't pick up the elephant at the moment. And the impala have left us as well. Moved off into the thicket. I think trying to get away from the wind. And possibly also into the shade and out of the sun. So we'll keep a little look and see what's going on here. Maybe there's some movement down here in the drainage line. Perhaps warthogs or something else. It doesn't seem like that is the case either. And while we do have this opportunity, probably take a look and see. His Egyptian goose gave us the slip earlier, hidden a bit of the thicker stuff. There's one here at the moment, so jokes, there we go. The other three. So the other parents and the two goslings. So we'll keep a tab on them. And we'll have to wait for anything else to come down and join us. So the wind is picking up. I think that is probably one of the main reasons why we've seen everything else kind of move away from us right now. Even the geese not really too interested to get into the water. Conserve a bit of energy, maybe body heat if that was the case, if it was cool, although I can be pretty sure that this wind is rather warm right now as well. It's going to be rather humid that side. But definitely keeping out of it. And that, I'm sure, is what has sent the impala off into the thickets, as well as the elephant also heading off into the thickets. From the sounds of things, some Aramark babblers as well in the area. One or two hornbills as well. So not too much going on here at the moment, or for the moment. We'll just have to wait and see who does come through for us. What I am going to do is zoom back out again and just have a look to see if anyone has come back out of the thickets. But I'm assuming that that's probably not the case for now. Hi, Jamie. Yes, you are correct. It has been a peaceful day. Lovely sightings, though. Rather busy as well, if you consider. 2 elephants. Lots of impala around here as well. Lovely bird chorus as well. And, of course, across in Okakuyo, lovely springbuck, black rhino, and zebra that we've been able to enjoy for the day, as well as all the different birds there. Really quite cool listening to this red-faced testicular, one of my favorites. So last little pan and scan around. Doesn't look like too much is going on here at the moment. Everyone else moving away from us. Birchall starlings going hammer and tongs right now. And as we can see, really not much to write home about at the moment. So we'll spend some time with those Egyptian geese in the hope that someone comes through to join us. So just taking a moment just to sit back and enjoy the Egyptian geese. Of course, all the other bird audio that is going on. Birchall starlings, emerald spotted wood doves. At least those are calling right now. Otherwise, everyone else of this wind that has picked up, they kind of moved off into the thickets. So a little bit of patience going down for now. So I think with not being too much going on here, let's go and see what is going on across in Okakuyo. and if any other action has started to roll on through that side. Quite clearly, it's the odd springbuck, not too much else going on here, so much the same as when we were last here. Adam Stork still there, one or two springbucks still milling about. We'll get a closer look at them as well. Yes, it does seem that not too much is panning through at the moment. So we're going to zoom in across the waterhole for now. A couple of grazing springbok are kind of all missioned off to the western side. And we'll just sit here and enjoy the wind. Clearly not as hectic as it is across in Djuma. It is rather flat on the top of that waterhole at the moment. Nice little bit of silhouette coming through with some clouds slowly starting to build. Of course, if any of those springbok get closer, we'll also get a nice silhouette of them too. So we'll just wait to see what goes on with them. Just enjoy the sights and sounds. So from one peaceful scene to the next, it's time for us to check in again with Nick and what was going on in Kariega.
Hello and welcome back to Kariega. Guten Tag. How's it, as the South Africans would say? Good day, mate. Sawubona, Kunjani, Yenzani. Yeah, I've kindly asked all of the animals to gather for us, and they seem to have read the script. Lovely variety that we've got here. Some zebras and blesbok in the foreground, and some giraffe and eland all the way at the back in the background there. So in terms of where the zebra and blesbok are, remember there's that little mudwallow just off to the side of Scotia Dam. They're right next to that mudwallow. Can't really call it much of a mudwallow at the moment. It's definitely 100% dry. You know, and you sometimes see photographers trying to get like an aerial perspective of certain landscapes and things like that, in areas that are absolutely barren and caked and dry. You know, where the ground is really cracked. I feel like this small little mudwallow would be a small little micro ecosystem of that. So there's going to be no water that they get in there, but a nice little ridge line that they're on there, mini ridge line, compared to the surrounding area, so maybe that is picking up a little bit of the breeze from there. "100%, it does look like a picture out of a storybook." Yeah, everybody's kind of posing, aren't they? Let me take you across to the right here. I guess it gets even better. Look at that. More blesbok, more giraffe. And you can see the road is winding through here, bending to the left. So this is the road of plenty. If anybody would like to see some general game, a large variety of game, make your way down to Kariega. I'll set up the umbrella. You guys can bring the ice, maybe a little Coke or two, and we'll watch the comings and goings of the animals. Everybody's kind of on the outskirts of Scotia Dam here, so it would be a good place to kind of set ourselves up. Nice big herd of blesbok here. So 6 giraffe all in all. 3 in the frame that we can see here, and then 3 at the start before we panned across. Sophia, yeah, 100%. They definitely are able to coexist so peacefully amongst each other. I think right now, I think it's a bit hot for everybody to be moving around and feeding. But everybody has a different strategy. They're looking for different things. You know, you look at the height of the giraffe, they're going to be feeding quite high. You know, our eland that we saw earlier, they can feed on pretty much a little bit of this and a little bit of that, being mixed feeders. You know, you've got your zebra who purely just grazes. So everybody really just gets on, agrees with each other. That's how things should be. So in terms of that pair of lions that we saw earlier, resting up in the shade, they're quite far from here. But for argument's sake, if they did have to come and walk across this open clearing here, in terms of maybe the female would get up from the shade just to shift positions, and the male would follow her, and they wanted to walk to a better patch of shade. All these animals that we can see would obviously alarm call. They would let those lions know, we've seen you, you know, there's no point in you coming after us. And what you would expect from there is largely that all of these antelopes would run away from the lions, that they don't want to be close to the lions. But in a situation like that, where those lions have been detected, it's very open like this here, there's not much cover for them. The element of surprise has been blown. And for any hunt, for any predator, not lions alone, but everybody, all the predators really need the element of surprise. That is the most important thing. So what you would most likely find is that these blesbok and the impalas we can see in the distance, they would probably go even closer. You know, if they were 100 meters off from the lions when they saw them, they'd probably get 50 meters away from the lions. Because that really affords them the opportunity to watch where these lions are going. They'd be alarm calling at the same time, still signaling to the lions, we've seen you. But you can imagine if they maybe ran off 300 meters and then went down into a dip of where all of a sudden they couldn't see the lions, there's then the possibility for an ambush. And they obviously want to avoid that at all costs. So they'd kind of stick a little closer to the lions and keep shouting. And then maybe if they did keep moving and maybe start going towards a drainage line or go down towards the river which is close by, the Kariga River, maybe then they wouldn't follow them all the way down there, because going into the thickets, that's also not a clever move. So they'd probably come back up to the ridge line, to the middle of this open area. From there they've got a nice broad point of view to scan around again. Pretty much just make it as difficult as possible for those lions.
Mashatu Game Reserve has a glowing reputation as one of the most beautiful reserves in southern Africa. And now, atop a soaring cliff overlooking the Majale River, beneath the groves of Euphorbia succulents, sits the stunning new Mashatu Euphorbia Villas. These eco-friendly villas echo their beautiful natural surroundings, shaped to match the Mapanu parts of Mashatu. Enjoy earthy glamour with a consciousness for conservation woven into every element of these camps within the 32,000 hectare reserve.
Olivia, of 7 years old. Yes, they are able to communicate. Animals are able to communicate with each other. A lot of it will be body language, similar to humans. There will be signs and body language that they will give off to communicate. Then there will obviously be audio types of communication, sound of maybe male lions roaring between each other. That's a form of communication. The bellows of a buffalo. You then look at your slightly smaller things, your birds and your insects. A lot of birds will communicate in terms of how they look, their color. And you look at certain birds, their tail, the male's tail feathers will get a lot longer. You look at your wide-arse species and things like that. So they really put some gel in their hair and make themselves look good. So the animals are definitely all able to communicate with each other. Hey, we've got a few more ostrich making their way down here. Look at this. Beautiful. At least giraffe, not ostrich. That is the rookie era of the year, the rookie era of 2023. Guys are going to be saying, have you heard of that naturalist down at Kariega, Nick? He mis-IDs giraffe for ostrich. But nice to see such a big group of giraffe making their way down here now. What have we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 scattered all around. I mean, we've got these ones close to the water. Everybody else is a little bit further away. So we are a little bit of a distance, and I am zoomed in all the way. So I'm sure you will be getting some shimmering from the rays of the sun, from the heat. So I apologize for that. I was able to write the script and the animals read it to try and gather in one area, but the weather we haven't been so lucky with. You can see a few impalas down there as well. Hannah, I'm glad that we can break the record for you and for you to get a personal best of so many giraffe all together at one spot. Yeah, it definitely is. It's incredible. Good sized group, good sized journey. You can see they're obviously taking their time just on the outskirts of the waterhole itself. scanning around, making sure it's safe before putting that head down and having a little drink. I'm just laughing to myself. We've obviously got that big prominent scotia tree close by at the water there, and there are baboons calling in the distance, far away. Yeah, those baboons. Whoa! I'm just thinking, if a baboon had to be hiding, let me just zoom out so you can see the tree here. If a baboon had to be hiding in the canopy of the tree here, and we've obviously got a whole horde of animals all around. If I was a baboon, I think I would definitely do this. I'd wait until everybody's relaxed. I wouldn't move a muscle. And then all of a sudden, from that tree, when everybody's starting to come down for a drink, I think I'd shake the tree and just give a loud whoa! And just watch everybody scatter. I don't think I'd be able to resist. It's probably quite cruel, but you know, gotta have a good chuckle every now and then. Maxine, that's a good observation in terms of all the animals looking in the same direction or facing the same direction. So the wind is starting to pick up now in intensity and strength. And often what you'll find with a lot of the animals is that they turn away from the wind. So their head is not facing into the wind. Because it is stronger, the wind is getting stronger, it's more difficult to hear. Think of, even for you, if you face into the wind, you can definitely hear the wind rushing past your ears, and it's harder to hear everything that's happening around you. Whereas if you face away from it, and face in the same direction as it's going, you can definitely hear better in terms of what's around you. For us, it's not so important, but for the animals that rely on spotting potential threats as soon as they can, that's crucial. So every little bit that they can do helps. So they're all facing the same direction because of the wind. It would be a similar thing that if it was raining and there was a prevailing direction of where the rain was coming from, they would do the same thing. But that's a very sharp observation. Well done. Talking about jokes and making baboon calls from trees and things like that. I'm a big fan of a joke, of a solid practical joke. April Fool's is coming up, so I did work in this one reserve. It was in Zululand, which has got lots of rolling hills and things like that. And there was a big valley, like the valley that we're in here, but it was surrounded by high ridge lines. And this specific reserve did not have wild dogs on the reserve, but the bordering property did. A big pack of sort of 30, and quite often we would find that pack of 30 would literally crawl underneath the fence between the two reserves and come onto this reserve where I worked. And everybody was in radio contact, all the game drivers were in radio contact, and I thought the best April Fool's joke would be to radio in and say, guys, I found this pack of wild dogs, all 30 of them. They've managed to bring down a big impala in the middle of this clearing. It is an amazing view, dirt like sunrise when you photographically, it's unreal. And then just go and park on the top of one of the ridge lines, pour a cup of coffee, and watch the hordes all descend down to these wild dogs. I feel like I'd get in far too much trouble, so I never ended up doing that. But It did pass through my mind several times. Vanessa, no problem. Always good to have a little chuckle here and there. Yeah, nothing wrong with a good little joke. Just imagine though that if I did have to do that whole wild dog escapade, it would probably end up biting me in the bum. It's a good thing that I never did that. But what a scene that we've got here at Kariega. There are so many different species of animals. I mean, if I had to count each individual, not species, but each individual animal, wow, there must be close on sort of 50 animals. Plenty. I feel like we just need to have a kudu come in here and we'll have a very, very good variety of different species. I always feel in conditions like this, the hippos have the right idea. That when it's really hot like this, they're kind of just resting in the water. So remember the Kariega River is not too far away from us here. And there are definitely hippos that move up and down. Remember, hippos are largely a freshwater animal, but our river here does empty out into the ocean, so you'll definitely get estuaries and a very higher sort of salt content closer to the mouth itself. I know in the Republic of Congo, where there's a little strip of the country that comes out towards the ocean, the Atlantic Ocean there are some hippos that do live in the area there. And the hippos, they come sort of out of the fresh water and into the salt water, which is absolutely incredible. I mean, imagine going for a body surf and you turn around and there's a hippo that's catching a wave next to you. I mean, absolutely incredible. Let me pan to the side here and see what else we've got. Justine, I think there's a lot of specifics to each individual scenario that need to be taken into account. In terms of a river being detrimental compared to a dam being detrimental, I would say, I mean, this is a very broad stroke. We need to look at specific situations, but looking at it from a very broad perspective, I would say that dams are probably going to be worse. You look at dams of potentially what they do if it's along a sort of a river course, if you're diverting river from that river to the dam. You're then affecting the flow of it. There's a change in minerals, there's a change of the structure, there's siltation and things that can take place. That's going to affect your organisms, the ebb and the flow. It's slowing down a lot more because there isn't as much of a volume, so maybe in your river you might start to get more oxbow lakes, as they call it, whereas opposed to beforehand you might have had strong running rivers. You take out that volume of water if it is being dammed up, maybe further downstream with that extra siltation there, for something like a Kariga River. This is not the case, but I mean, your mouth might be closed up. There's too much sediment then. So off the bat, on a broad stroke, I would say a dam is probably not going to be your greatest thing in the world. Tate, thanks for the question. Other than rain, what affects river volume? Hey, that is a good question. So I would say it's going to be your practices upstream. So closer to your top, your sort of your catchment areas. You need to look at your practices there. Is there a lot of sort of agricultural practices where water is being siphoned off from the river into sort of dams and being used for other reasons? That's definitely going to affect the flow of the river. Is there a lot of development upstream in those catchment areas? That water is going to be extracted and used for everyday use, If you've got a very high amount of agriculture and development upstream, you're not going to have as much volume of water coming down, obviously. So that means you're probably not going to then have as much oxygenation of the water compared to beforehand if there was no effect of the flow. You're not going to have as much sort of mixing of nutrients. And then maybe you've got some years of drought, which is, I guess, a natural process, but compounding on those agricultural and developmental factors, that ends up causing a bit of an issue. There you can see we've got some wildebeest there in the background. They're slowly moving along, doing their thing. Interesting that it doesn't look like they're looking to take any refuge from our tree there. We're talking about rivers and agriculture and development and things like that. So we've got, like we said, the Kariga and the Bushman's River. So the Kariga River is going to be clearer than that of the Bushman's River, purely because of those factors that we talked about. There's more agriculture and things, and sort of development further upstream in the catchment areas of the Bushmans than the Kariga River. So obviously you've then got a better chance of spotting fish and things like that in the Kariga River. Yeah, I guess in the Kariga River we can look for a variety of different fish species. Stumpnose, cobs, tilapias, a little bit of this and that. Probably more fish that we'll find here in the Kariga River than Okukuyo, but let's take you across there. If you do manage to find a fish, you guys can let me know.
Thanks, Nick. And safe to assume that aquatic life that we'll have here probably limited to terrapins we did see earlier. And I did just zoom back out just to make sure we had some of the correct insight as to what's going on around us in general. Still lots of springbok around, and of course that juvenile Adam stork that is here. So I'm going to zoom back in now. As I said, just trying to keep a tab. Hopefully we might get that wildebeest bull around, but no luck yet today. One last little look up north, and then we'll pan in, have a look and see what's going on across the other side of the waterhole. That's where the action has all moved. The springbok that were all around us earlier on all kind of congregated on that side. So we'll have a look here. Once again, pick up for those of you that might have missed the Adam stork earlier. I'll tell you exactly what that is, what it does look like. As I said, a juvenile one is coming into that full plumage or mature plumage. And generally when you see these birds, they are normally in big flocks. Kind of unmissable when they are all flying about. So very cool. That's a very cool sight since back in the day. A little bit of iridescence here and there. It's a little bit of a smaller bull, lacking a little bit of the blue that it would have as well. So that's why I'm saying it is a juvenile Adam stork. But nice to see regardless. I'm sure with all the insect life that is around, thoroughly enjoying that as well. So one or two of those yellow-billed egrets there too. I'm going to come back out a little bit. Just set the camera up so we can watch the springbok as they graze throughout. Enjoying their grazing today. Not too much else that has been going on with them. One or two did get chased by an Egyptian goose at some point, but that all calmed down and everyone made up and friends again. Although the springbok have all moved to here. So we'll just have to wait and see what goes on. I think they'd probably start to move towards the shadier areas, as it is starting to get rather warm. But we'll just have to wait and see. Hi, Mallory. The ones that we're looking at right now are more than likely seasonal in terms of seasonal movement. So coming through with regards to the green flush and that would now be here in the rain. So kind of following almost that rain line as opposed to being migratory. So there'll be definite seasonal movements. But yeah, to some degree, I mean, the Adams stork that we were looking at, they do have a rather big distribution, but more seasonal migrations than anything else that would be occurring now. So kind of as the rain has come from mostly west through to east, has opened up a lot of the pan systems, obviously invigorated life and the soils again too. It means that there's a lot of food that's around, so insects in particular. And it does mean that there is a bit of seasonal movement then as well. So it would change sometimes year to year because rain might fall in different areas and higher bouts or lesser bouts as well. So it does mean that there is a change up every now and then. But more some more basically seasonal movement as opposed to migration really with regards to the birds in frame right now. The Adams stork probably being the one that might be thought of to have more migration kind of traits, but mostly movement from or to the western side with that rain that does occur. So kind of along that Zambezi Valley and then along and across. Hi Susie, thanks very much for your question. And they are renowned at jumping, so are impala to some degree. And it's thought that the springbok are around the third fastest antelope, or animal actually, or mammal in the world. So being a little bit faster than impala, of course both are fast. And with that characteristic stutting and pronking that they do, I would think that if they were higher jumpers, it wouldn't be by much marginal. So it would probably coincide also with speed, being marginally faster than impala as well. I do want to just double check up on something. I was also just checking my facts with regards to the Adams stork. And there are some birds that migrate from Western Africa down. But there's also that seasonal movement that moves back westwards with the rain as well and insect eruptions. So really would depend, but mostly seasonal movement, as I did say. And I do just want to check on how high both those antelopes can jump. So you're looking at about a height for an impala at about 3 meters or so roughly around 10 feet. And with regards to a springbuck, I would assume it would be maximum of about 3.5 odd meters, but I would say 3 is probably around the distance. So probably, if there is a change, it'll be marginal. Yeah, and it's around 3 meters. So they are both, very quick antelope. Of course, having that ability to jump very high as well. 3 meters is exceptionally high. But not only that, I suppose with impala being a little bit bigger in body size, height as well than the springbuck too.
Here at Wild Earth, we take great pride in curating our best animal content for you. Would you like our very best animal stories, highlights, questions, and the inside scoop on all things Wild Earth before anyone else? Find it all, as well as info on our exciting plans going forward first, in the newsletter handmade just for you. Available to all Wild Earth explorers.
The wildebeest bull that I've been waiting all day really for, he's also decided to come through. He's just behind one of those fallen tree stumps over there. The 3 zebras slowly making their way down. I'm hoping we do have all of them coming to drink. We've got one springbok also deciding he's thirsty enough. She's thirsty enough. And what we'll try and do, as I said, we're going to try and set up so we get the correct approach. I do think the zebra is going to probably spend more time, as I said, being far more dependent on the water. And it should come through on this side as well. So it's been very cool. Lovely to see that juvenile Adam stork. Of course, chat a little bit about seasonal movements. Also realizing that there is a migration that occurs from West Africa down. And now currently watching the zebra approach. But it's time for us also to check in again with Andrew and Morgan in Amakhala and see what's going on there.
So we've managed to find some zebras here at Liebenbosch Pan. It seems like some of them are just grazing and just trying to stay cool from this blistering heat that is upon us here in the Eastern Cape. It doesn't seem like too much water here, but I'm sure at some point it'll fill up again. But definitely plenty of graze and grass for them to feed out here. It's actually a very good place to come across zebras. These are the plain zebras, by the way. Liebenbosch Flats area is a really good place to view a zebra. I've seen a few foals here in the past. I've seen a very, very young one here before, probably born the night before when I came along in the morning. It was a young foal still with a lot of afterbirth. And not too long ago, this is where we had the blue cranes. 3 of them. Was a good sighting that day. I hope they do come back. Bex, good afternoon to you. Yes, we do definitely get Cape Mountain zebra out in Amakhala, but more in the northern section. Actually, the cheetahs, the 3 male cheetahs, that coalition, they actually managed to catch it seems like a sub-adult Cape Mountain zebra at some point last night. And at some point, hopefully, we can show you some Cape Mountain zebra. I know I've done it before, and I know Ralph has done it a few times as well. It's quite a drive to get up to them, but definitely at some point we'll try it. A little bit different to the plain zebra. So if you look at Cape Mountain zebra, they're a little bit smaller than the plain zebra. Plain zebras being a bit more pronounced. And then also their stripe pattern is very different with the plain zebra and the Cape Mountain zebra. And if you have a careful look now, if you have a look at the stripes of the plain zebra, you'll find that if you have a look under the belly, you'll notice that the belly is quite striped. So in a sense, the stripes, they go down the sides and they're going to reticulate, which means that they're going to connect by their belly. Now with the Cape Mountain zebra found in Amakhala, they don't have a striped belly, it's a white belly. And the same goes with Hartmann Mountain zebra, which we don't get them in this part of the world, unfortunately. And then also the mountain zebras do have a dewlap, a small little flap on the front of their chest. There's a few other differences as well. Of course, habitats is a big difference. Cape Mountain zebras are more prone to sort of the mountain ranges along the Cape. But you know, some reserves do have Cape Mountain zebra, but historically they would have occurred along the mountain lines along the Cape. And then the Hartmann Mountain zebra, you can find them on the Koranenberg Mountains in the Kalahari, and there's a few other places where you could see them as well. It's beautiful having this wind blowing right into our faces here. It's quite nice. Minky, afternoon. Which one will have the fullest tail? Oh, gee, I'm not quite sure on that one. I think their tails are more or less the same. But next time I see Cape Mountain zebra, I'll definitely have a close look with binoculars and see if there is some sort of difference in the tail. The ears are very different. If you have a look at the mountain zebras, they've got quite rounded ears. It looks very different to plain zebra. If you're familiar with seeing plain zebra, mountain zebras have got very rounded ears, opposed to pointed ears. Just grazing about there. Now you often find, especially with the hindgut fermenters, so zebra and warthog, hippopotamus, elephants, animals like that, they do need to bulk feed because of their stomach structure, and because of that, I mean, they spend most of the day and night feeding. Most of their time is just feeding, because they don't have that opportunity to re-chew food like the ruminants do, the antelopes. So they just got to keep on letting that bulk come their way. So they just continue trying to get that bulk. Beautiful, very nice to watch zebra. They're very elegant looking animals, aren't they? Hanel, that's a very good question. So there's a few adaptations. So thick body fur is going to help quite a bit. And then, animals like warthogs and elephants, etc., they're going to adopt what they call mud wallowing. So they're more using the environment to help them repel ticks and fleas and whatever other parasites there are. So just by climbing into the mud, covering the body with mud, that does create a barrier on the skin and prevents the parasites from biting them. And then also any parasites that are already latched onto their body, they're going to battle a little bit under the mud. And then when animals go off to a tree or a stump and scratch that mud off their body, they easily just sandpaper the ticks off their bodies. And I know out here there's quite a bit of fynbos vegetation out here. And you might find that certain animals, they might rub their bodies against some of the fynbos. And there's a few theories as to why they do that. One is it's a way of covering their smell. But then also, with a lot of these herby plants, these fynbos plants, a lot of them are natural insect repelling plants. So it makes a lot of sense if an animal is going to go up to it and rub their bodies against it, a lot of the parasites which they're trying to avoid are going to be repelled. And then the oxpeckers are going to help a lot of the animals out. And in case you don't know, oxpeckers are these birds that do eat ticks off their bodies, remove parasites off their bodies. And so a lot of the animals do rely on oxpeckers very much. Just beautiful here. It'd be nice if there was a bit more water in Liebenbosch Pan, but we are still in a drought, and the last few weeks have been particularly warm out here. And next month we are going to be heading towards our hottest month, which is February. So things are expected to get a bit more drier. Gina, thanks for your question. Okay, so historically this used to be a natural pan, and because the Eastern Cape has got a lot of rainfall, majority of the rainfall is actually in the summer months, but then you also get a little bit of the winter rainfall, and that was enough to fill up the wallows and the dams and keep the river nice and full. But over the last 7 years the water has dried up. The river is totally dry at the moment, and so the reserve has had to come up with a few strategies as to how they're going to give some water to the animals. And so we're actually not too far from a borehole which was drilled about 2.5 years ago during the lockdown period, just to help the animals through the terrible drought. In case you don't know, a borehole is basically someone comes with a drill, drills down into the earth quite far down. I know the water was struck at about 120 meters down, and then it's just trying to put a pump in where that water table is, put a pump in there and just siphon a little bit of water out into the wallows, just to help the animals. But when the rainfall does return back to normal and the river fills up again, we will definitely stop this borehole. But it's definitely an investment for the reserve, because in the event that there's droughts again, then they can use that borehole again. And also just goes to show how well adapted these animals are, because with the Bushman's River being so full of water previously, there was just an abundance, but now water is very scarce, but they still adapt. Yeah, so I was mentioning earlier how really it must be quite tough for these animals if you think about it, having a bushman's river full of water, that the water was plenty. There was just no shortage of water at one stage, yeah? All the crossings, they were all flooded, so vehicles really needed to pick their crossings very carefully when traveling through the river crossings. But now the river is probably, I would say, well over 95% dry, so we'll call it totally dry. But yet the animals have adapted and they found a way to live in an environment where the water is not so abundant anymore. And that's what I've always loved about nature, is that they're the masters of adapting to new situations. And if I look at myself and look at humans, especially myself, so I really do enjoy my comfort zone. And I think that's a human thing, is we do enjoy our comfort zones. And we get a little bit scared to sometimes venture out of those comfort zones. Not everybody, of course. And you look at the wildlife, sometimes they have to. They've got absolutely no choice. They have to find a new way to survive. It looks like a few impalas running around at the back as well. Just beautiful. Just thinking about it now, I probably missed one of the most obvious body adaptations. I know there was a question earlier about parasites on the body and the adaptations. Of course, there's a tail. Having a nice little tail at the end of your buttocks is going to help you a lot. If you're an animal and parasites are attracted to you, by shaking the tail like that, it is going to prevent a lot of them from landing on your body and biting you. Of course, ticks are going to climb on their body, but in the event of those flying parasites, which we do get out here as well, keeping them in flight is gonna definitely stop them from biting you, because they're flying. But the minute they rest on the body, that's actually where they will bite. And having a tail just to keep them in flight is a very good way of keeping them at bay. And they're very stationary at the moment, and I don't blame them. And they're quite exposed out here, and it is very warm now. We're at 12 o'clock, roughly about there, just after. So we are in the hottest part of the day, and 1 o'clock as well. And if you ever do manage to come out on safari in Africa, do bring lots of sunblock. The elements out here are quite harsh. Just looking at these zebras, it reminds me of a video that I saw that was captured also in the Sabi Sands. I'm not quite sure where about though, but it was an interesting sighting. The guides were watching a leopard, a very beautiful sighting of this leopard, and this leopard lifted its head and could see something that the guides couldn't, And just out of the blue, this zebra came running out of the bush. Obviously spotted this leopard. It was a big male stallion zebra, and actually ran after this leopard. Leopard ran off, but the zebra was right behind this leopard. And what was very interesting was seeing how a zebra tried to chop down on the leopard while it was running. And you just see these front hoofs just digging into the ground. And most definitely just the sounds that we could hear from that video. I think if a leopard got connected in the wrong way with those hooves, it'll be all over for that leopard. It was a very interesting video that, if you want to have a look at it, maybe you can just search for it. It was incredible footage, that. And I hope we can find a footprint at some point, and then you can actually see what the hoof looks like. But it's very different to the rest of the ungulates that we get out here, like the antelopes, who have a split hoof. The zebras have got a singular hoof, very sharp hoof. Alright, good stuff. We're going to send you over to Nick and Karicha in the meanwhile, and we're going to see where we're going to go from here.
Well, I'm sure Andrew's zebras are very happy that they are in Amakhala right now and not at this exact spot in Karicha. So we are back with our lions, the hairies and scaries. So we've got our beautiful male here, and just off to the side, not far away, you can just see her leg sticking out there, is our female. So they've shifted position from where they were earlier, understandably, to try and get some shade. Shame, I feel like this male's struggling a little bit. He's got half of his body in the shade. I feel like the most important part of his body, possibly to keep in the shade, his head, is in the sun. He's obviously got his big thick mane surrounding his head and his shoulders there. I feel like that would be an important part to get in the sun. But hey, if that works for him, you do you, my man. Our second male is a little bit further off, a little distance off now, maybe 60, 70 meters. Also tucked firmly in the middle of a bigger thicket than this one that we can see. So our mating pair, since we last saw them, has maybe moved 60, 70 meters or so. You can see the grass is blowing in the wind there, so that's definitely going to help to just take the edge off of the heat. Yeah, but let's maybe stick around here for a little bit, just have a look and see what happens. We might get another bout of mating. V100%, they will definitely fight for mating rights. Remember, it's usually only going to be the dominant male that mates, particularly if it is just one female. So there will be a little bit of scrapping. However, within saying that, growing up and developing from a young age, remember, coalition of lions, the large majority of the time will be brothers from within the same pride, or step brothers from within the same pride, cousins. And from being little cubs and running around and playing with each other and jumping and just the friendly little sparring sessions that they've had, they would have really determined passively along the way who is the dominant one of the coalition of the two. So yeah, they should have determined these two who is the dominant one, and they have, but it's not uncommon to see them fighting. Remember, if if you do get two different male lions from a different pride, and they do, you know, they are a similar age, and they're looking to really establish themselves, it's definitely better if the more numbers there are within that coalition. So you can sometimes find male lions from different prides joining to form bigger coalitions, and then you've got big lions that might really have a big scrap in terms of determining who are the dominant males in that group there. Whereas if it is lions, you know, that have been brothers from one pride, that's kind of been determined along the line. So these two males that we've got here, they are brothers. We know this is not the dominant one that we're having a look at. He's an absolute beauty though. I mean, even though he may not be the dominant one, he is a stunner. Look at that mane, thick mane. Oh yes, we're talking about you, boy. He's catching flies there. Kimberly, not as far as I know. They cannot. You know, there's a different array of sort of diseases and bacteria and things like that they can get, but as far as I understand, tick bite fever is not one of them. Shame he's getting such a tough time from these flies here. Will lions ever eat insects? No. You know, maybe if there's a small little khocha on a carcass and he eats it inadvertently. I think he's more looking to catch these flies, not really to eat them, but so that he has a bit of peace and quiet, so that he doesn't have that constant buzzing and flying around his head and landing on his nose and things like that. But he's definitely not going to be looking to catch any insects to eat them. If you think about the size of this male lion, I mean, he's going to be about 220 kilos, so he's a really big, well-developed boy. I don't know if insects are going to sustain him enough. He needs some good meat, you know, he's a carnivore. He needs a lot of meat to sustain that size. And you can still see, if you look at his belly, sort of the contours of his belly. Remember, he ate about 2 days ago. He still looks relatively well fed. That hard breathing is going to be a combination of being, you know, satisfied, but also because he's hot. He could definitely eat more, but he did have that warthog 2 days ago. I'm just going to wait and see if we do get any movement from the lioness. There is a chance that if she even moves, he'll be up and watching to see where she goes. He's in beautiful condition, this male. Remember, he's still relatively young, 4.5, 5 years. Look at that mane. It might even still get a little bit thicker. Big, strong front paws there. Looks like he's got a little bit of a break, a little bit of reprieve from that fly that's buzzing around. Amazing how much effect one small little insect like that can have.
Back to school week is now drawing to a close. Join James and Cedric for a fireside chat to take a look back at the highlights from a very special week. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join them as they take a look at how important it is to connect our future conservationists to the natural world. Wild Earth Kids, it's in your nature.
So I'm sure you'll all agree with me, my rendition of that Nediki was bang on. They call me the songbird of my generation. Oh goodness, talking rubbish to myself. No, that's the delights of a bit of tech. That's my Robert's Bird app. But quite a cool little bird. He's got almost like a bluish colour under his belly. And interesting that he's deciding to do a little bit of calling now, seeing as it is midday. There is quite a bit of a wind that's pushing past here. Starbuck, thanks for the question. That is a Perla question. It is amazing because, I mean, they can rest for sort of 3 days, 4 days at a time, and all of a sudden get up and move. You know, you think if they rest for 3 days, maybe in winter when it's really cold, and they get up and start to run, how they don't potentially even pull muscles. Think of if a human had to do that. Pull a hamstring probably. But when they get up, you remember, I don't know if you've seen it before, they kind of really arch their back, they tense all the muscles in the body, they activate all those muscles, they force a lot of oxygen into the muscles when they do that. And it's a very aggressive form of oxygenating all of those muscles in the body to basically prep them for sprints, for movements that are very taxing on the body. But in terms of resting like this, I wish I knew their secret. You know, it would be nice to be a couch potato and just sit there eating chips and develop this condition, or at least maintain this condition. So if you have just managed to join us, welcome. You've joined myself here, Nick, at Kariga Game Reserve in the Eastern Cape. And we're on top of this lovely ridgeline with a mating pair of lions. This beautiful male we can see in frame, and his lady is just off to the right. It's been a very warm day today, so he's kind of taking it easy in the shade. And we're just patiently biding our time, waiting for hopefully another bout of mating to take place. Okay, while we potentially wait for our next bout of mating to take place, they all look quite happy, quite comfortable. I think we're going to take you back across to Amak.
Okay, we thought we would stay with these zebras. It is just so hot today. I thought let us stay here opposed to driving around and not really seeing too much. So we just enjoy a nice bit of scenery here. The wind in our face. It's just really nice and peaceful out here. And this, as I mentioned earlier, this breeze in our face is really helping us out a lot this afternoon. It's making it nice and cool. Not sure what this afternoon's going to hold, if there's going to be some winds, or maybe even tomorrow. I think maybe even a little bit of rain is suspected for tomorrow, which the bush definitely needs. Yeah, my zebra has gone really stationary at the moment. And I think the others have head off to a little bit of shade, it seems. And about a month ago already. Time really does fly, doesn't it? So about a month ago we had the blue cranes over here. We had 3 of them. It was a really nice sighting, and BK managed to get them in flight, which was really impressive. Since then they haven't been spotted again, but at some point they will definitely come back. I'm not sure where they'll come from, as they do move around quite a bit. And then one of my sightings that I'm hoping to see here is the ground hornbill. I haven't seen them here in Amakhala. Apparently they have made 3 or 4 appearances over the last 4 years. Sadly, I've missed all of them. Sandy Mandy, afternoon. Thank you for your input there. So zebras, they will eat on both. It'll be green and dry grass, or wet and dry grass. So they'll do both depending on what's available. So of course in winter things do dry up a lot, and zebras don't necessarily feed around the watering holes. They feed in the open plains, and for the most part in winter those open plains are going to be quite dry. So to compensate for that dryness, they're going to eat a lot more than what they're going to do in the summer months. So in winter they are very, very busy feeding day and night. Whereas in the summer months, being a bit more greener vegetation and grass, you'll find that they don't need to feed as much as what they would when the grass is dry. Green vegetation is very precious to the animals. As soon as that greenery does start to grow, you find the animals are there and they're busy feeding, whether it be browsing or grazing. And in case you don't know, browsing is the leaf eating and then grazing is the grass eating. And especially here in Liebenbosch, as soon as there's a bit of rain, you find that those small little green shoots of grass start to grow. And as soon as they start to grow, the grazers are already there feeding them off. And they snip them short to keep them at ground level. And then with more rain, more greenery will pop up and makes the vegetation very sweet by keeping it short. So invariably, zebras are very important animals out here because they keep that long grass short, which enables a lot of the other animals to acquire some of that green vegetation and sweet vegetation that they're looking for. Warthogs will do the same thing. They'll also keep the area nice and controlled of grasses, because the problem is when grasses are growing too long, they just lose their value. They lose their sweetness altogether, become quite sour, and a lot of the grazers might avoid that. Buffaloes are also important for the same thing. It's just amazing when you look out in the nature. Okay, we're going to send you to Alex in the meanwhile and see what he's busy with on his side of the dam cams.
Thanks, Andrew. And yes, here with a completely different scene. Really awesome with that lovely silhouette and the Gemsbok. First one we've seen for some time, or at least I've seen for some time here. The clouds are slowly starting to build. Perhaps that does mean a bit of rain later on, or perhaps even this evening. But really cool seeing one of these Gemsbok. Also, very good condition at the moment with all this food that is around. And a very picturesque little scene unfolding here at the moment. A lovely silhouette there. And a photographer's dream. So really iconic and a stunning Gemsbok here right now. As I said, a photographer's dream. And if you were there with a very nice lens, no doubt you would be on the money. With a lovely picture. Very cool to see. Looks like perhaps just disturbed by some activity here at camp. Really very good looking antelope. So settling down again now, just watching to see how it goes about actually settling down around the water and then actually quenching its thirst. So I'll just try and keep tabs on him. Does look to be a him. We go pretty close to that Adam's stalk now. And it looks like this Gemsbok kind of decided against having a drink. I'm not too sure why. And let's just keep an eye on what is unfolding. Spurfowl still calling. Quite an interesting scene, and the Gemsbok being very tempted to drink, but not making his way just to the water's edge. It kind of just gets spooked every time it wants to kind of settle in, but really quite cool watching all these Egerton and the Springbok that have now come back this side. And I'm hoping that we'll eventually break that duck and get that Gemsbok drinking. We'll get in a little closer as well and just have a look at that silhouette too. And here we go. Patience, I think, going to be rewarded now. It might not be the case. I spoke too soon, it seems. But clearly something just putting it off at the last moment. I'm not too sure exactly what that is yet. Let's just wait and see. So we're just waiting to see if indeed this Gemsbok will drink. Very tempted, but not getting there just yet. And something spooking it, so we're keeping a tab on what's going on. Of course, the little grebe there, Adam Stork, lots of Springbok still milling about. Some close, obviously. We did just have a look at the close ones. It sounds like that really is what is putting off the Gemsbok at the moment. So it sounds like some tables or something that might have been moved around there. Or some other form of maintenance that is going on. But Springbok just holding off for a moment. Oh, the Gemsbok, I mean, sorry. Let's just have a little wait and see now. Clearly thirsty, but just not having the courage to get to the water and drink. So it doesn't look like we're going to be lucky enough to watch that. Gemsbok is moving off. And talking of moving off, it's back to Nick and Kuriga. See what his lions are up to.
Yeah, welcome back to our beaut of a male lion. So it's actually been quite funny on to his detriment to watch him. He's been getting so frustrated with all of these flies. He's getting the raw end of the deal. So when he goes through these little bouts, like you can just see he's chilling now, he's relaxing, and then he goes from side to side, he lurches from side to side. He was lying down, but now he's just got too frustrated with life, so he's shifted positions. I feel like he just can't win. But wow, look at that breeze, it seems to be hitting the spot for him there. And I love that posture of when male lions open their mouth slightly and you can just see their lower canines a little bit. And let me see if I can zoom in and get you up close and personal with him. With the king here. I mean, look at that. I don't want to go too close in. Oh yeah, look at that. Opening his eyes, I mean, that is spectacular. That is too good. So if we have a look at his face, you can see he's still a young lion. He doesn't have too many scratches or scars or nicks or anything like that. He's got a little bit close to his right eye. So if we're looking at him, the eye on the left, he's got one or two little scratches there. But when he turns to face us again, have a look at the color of his nose, how it's still a relatively pinkish color. It's not like a very deep, dark black like the bottom of his mane is. Have a look at his teeth. You can see they're still a nice, cleanish color. They're not very yellowy quite yet. Look at the tops of those teeth. You can see how they're very pointed still. Remember, for an older lion of probably closer to 12 years, those teeth will be very rounded off. Earlier on today we were talking about coalitions of male lions and Mapochos and Majinga lions, and there was a coalition called the Matimbas. So there was one Matimba known as the hairy belly Matimba. I did get to see him. He was the oldest recorded wild living lion ever. He lived to 15 years. 15! Male lions don't usually live that long. So there was another male lion up in East Africa. I forget what they used to refer to him as, what they called him. He did live to be 6 months older than this hairy-bellied Matimba, but he had been darted and moved from certain areas, and he'd been given a shot of antibiotics once or twice, whereas this other hairy-bellied Matimba, he hadn't had any doses of antibiotics. He lived to be 15 years. And his teeth at the end of the day, before he passed away, his teeth were rounded off. I mean, I'm surprised he could chew on food anymore. They were yellowy. He'd definitely seen better days. You can see the tail of this lion still going. Oh, our fly's back. Shame, he just can't win. And you can see the intent and the focus. He can see this fly going all over the place. I mean, I'm battling to see it. But he's targeted this thing. He's after it. can see the head of the lioness at the back there, top right hand side of the frame. Here we go, we're going to have another bout of mating, I think. Look at this. This is prime position. Wow. Our positioning was amazing. And there was a bit of a pun there. Prime position. That was inadvertently. But that was incredible. We had the mating right in front of us like that. Look how there could have been every chance they could have gone onto the other side of the shrub and we would have seen nothing. That was absolutely incredible. We got to see a good look at his teeth there. I don't know if you did take a good look at his teeth. He was baring his lips back a little bit. That was absolutely incredible. There was not a blade of grass in the way. See how she came and flirted in front of him at the start? That's not so characteristic of lions. You more see leopards doing that, of female leopards coming and thrashing in front of their mate. Lionesses don't often do the sort of the thrashing like that, the very sort of obvious flirting. Remember, this is her first time mating, so there's definitely no script in terms of what she should do and what she shouldn't do. It's all going to come by instinct for her. He's just popped out of the thickets here. Catherine, 100%. It's been an absolutely incredible lion sighting. We've had different angles to view them from. Lion standing up, mating, grooming, catching flies. All over the place. Let me see if I can just pan to the side here. I think I saw him moving behind the bushes. I'm hoping he's going to pop out behind these bushes here unless he lies down. Let's just wait and see. The lioness is still quite firmly tucked in the thickets here. Come on, big boy, do us a solid here. I think he's probably just shifting positions to look for a bit of shade. That direction he was walking was towards a waterhole, but it looks like he may have lain down there.
Would you like a stay in the African bush? Open to all explorers. Sign up and stand a chance to win a 3-night stay for 2 at the fantastic Mashatu Lodge in Botswana. This bucket list prize includes daily safari drives, traditional African cuisine, spacious luxury suites, and a promise of sheer relaxation. Sign up now and stand a chance to win.
direction as the male. There she goes. Yeah, is she gonna go around that thicket? Remember that waterhole we talked about is directly in front of her, maybe 100 meters or so. I'm really hoping that she might continue towards that waterhole. Imagine if we saw them drinking. It would be absolutely incredible. You can see she's just been walking to the left. There she is there. Now she's laying down. Now I don't know if you saw that, but she has lain down somewhere inside there. Now I can hear some audio. I don't think you will hear that, it's quite faint. Some audio of them mating. I think what I'll do is I'm going to reposition because these lions are up and moving. I think in the meantime we're going to take you across to the Djuma Dam Cam with Alex.
Thanks, Nick. And from lions to some rather restful impala here at Djuma. Of course, we've had a number of elephants around as well here today, but they have all kind of missioned off. But this lovely breeding herd of impala has come out. It is a rather big herd, although this is kind of the remnants of it. There's 3 ewes and a little lamb that can be seen at the moment. They're all down at the water's edge as well, so kind of scattered throughout the landscape at the moment. A little bit of rumination going on. Of course, a cicada, and that is a kind of ever-present sound in summer. I'm just going to scan it a little bit further. It is rather warm, so the thickets do give a little bit of respite to that heat. The wind has also died down from this morning. There's a number of European bee-eaters as well calling, so lots of European bee-eaters there. So really cool to hear them like that. A rather big flock from the sounds of things. Of course, these impala are still about here, and it looks like everyone else kind of moving up from the water's edge. So we'll just have a little pan down there. Otherwise, we'll come and join them again now. It looks like everyone is kind of making their way here to the shade. So as I said, a rather large herd. Perhaps we'll get a bit closer into some of these ones that are right here. Lots of lambs as well. So it's almost been like a little relay race to and from the water at the moment. Let's just check. Looks like, okay, no, it does come a little bit further here. So I just want to just check and see how far everyone's really got, because I have a feeling that where we are under this tree is possibly an area that these impala may want to go to. But let's zoom in on them. They've kind of splintered a little bit. By no means is a bad thing. They clearly feel rather comfortable, and it is rather open for them as well. Let's get a nice little look. So really lovely here today with all these impala. And just for all of you that have tuned in, tomorrow evening on the 28th of January at 8 p.m. CAT, there will be a fireside chat for explorers only. And it is a back-to-school fireside chat, and Wild Earth invites all parents who would like to understand how you can help your kids fall in love with nature. So do come through and join James and Cendric as they reflect on the great questions and sighting that Wild Earth has had over this last week. And if the kiddies are still awake, please bring them along as well. Of course, always fantastic to create young little naturalists, guide, conservationists, and the rest. So it'd be fantastic if you did tune in and find out more about that. Tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock, Central African time. So it is rather warm, like I said, and I think these impala are going to kind of keep to the shade to some degree. So just going to check a little bit up to the left here. You can just see, so starting to get into those shadier areas. We'll just have a little close-up on one or two of them. I'm sure they'll kind of spread back out towards where we did come from. But interesting noting, of course, having a drink and then hitting the shade. Quite cool. They really are pretty. So really some cool perspective here, just to see how nice this impala herd really is. So really throughout, or basically lined up along the entirety of the waterhole edge there right now. And of course this little clump here in the shade too. So quite a bit going on. We'll probably zoom in again and have a look at where all the herd is, just because that's where most of the action will be going on. And these other ones here in the shade will probably hang around for some time. So let's just see. But so just quite cool. Lovely seeing this conveyor belt of impala really coming down to the water's edge. But talking about the water's edge, it's time for us to check in with Nick, as he seems to have relocated that lioness.
Okay, we've managed to relocate our lioness here on the banks of the water. So she's just come from the top of the ridge line where I'm sure the male is hiding. I just can't see him at the moment. But you can see she is panting heavily. So they were moving through relatively thick vegetation, and I looped around as quick as I could to get to this little source of water, and I saw her having a quick drink. Just a glimpse, and I mean you can see she's really breathing hard, but I don't think that male has been down here to drink quite yet. So I am hoping that he's going to make an appearance and that we'll get to see him soon enough. Oh, there he is. I see him. Wow, what an absolute unit. That is an impressive male lion, everybody. Look how far down that mane comes. I'm sure he's going to come and join this lioness down here. Or not. That was an incredible little walk by there, little display. Yep, she's going to go potentially back to him. Hopefully they shift positions a little bit for us. Hopefully she entices him out of that little spot there, just behind the thickets. We may not see them now during this mating process, but I think she'll move off eventually. Wow, I don't know if you heard that. The power that came out of those lions, the sound. Yo. Absolutely incredible. And bear in mind, if any of you haven't heard a lion roaring, that is not anything close to what a roar is like. But I mean, you can even just with that grumble and growl to each other, you can hear the power that is behind that animal. Phew. Too good. I mean, that is just incredible. What a day. Interesting to see for the moment how that male positioned himself just on the ridge line. Beautiful spot to scan around, but he is in the middle of the sun. It must be burning down on him there. Whereas the female, you can see she's got a bit of a better spot there. See how she swiveled her body around, and her head is higher up than the rest of her body. So I think she's thought this one through quite well. Comfortable position. Waukesha, thank you. I do have a gorgeous thick mane. I brush my hair every single day. No jokes. He does. He's got a beautiful mane. Especially for such a young lion, he has an absolute stunner of a mane. Nice and thick. Remember, over the next sort of year and a half, it's still going to darken out quite a lot as well. So if anything, it's going to get even better than what it is already. Hard to believe, but I mean, he gave us such a striking pose, sitting on or standing on top of that ridgeline there. Had his head up. He'd obviously ruffled his mane a little bit. It was looking luscious. The wind blowing through it there. Quite restless, this lioness. You know, it's very interesting to see how that was the second time we've now watched her initiate that whole mating process. Remember, she has mated already now for 3-4 days, so already for quite a while, but it's very interesting to see how she's still instigating this mating process. Remember, this is her first time mating, so she may be wanting to secure her position with these males in terms of them being the dominant males of the area. Yes, she's mated with that other male who more than likely has been successful with the mating in terms of fertilization. But now in terms of this female mating with the male just up above her here, the less dominant of the two, it's kind of securing her position. You know, essentially getting in this male's good books. Even though there may not be any fertilization happening here, she's securing her spot, she's securing her future. Thank you, Kimberly. Yeah, it definitely has been an incredible escape to nature. Like we kind of said at the start of the day, you just never know what nature is going to provide. And it has absolutely provided for us today. We've seen such a wide variety of things, not just here at Kariega, but from all of our different locations. So it'll be interesting to see if this female does get up again and go to this male on top of the ridgeline. Can kind of just see that he's flopped over on his side. So he looks very settled up at the top there. Still looking through the bushes. Just looking across at the waterhole to the left, kind of really hoping that the male might stand up and have a drink for us. It would be absolutely stunning if he did. We wouldn't say no to that. And just remember, on the 28th of January, we will be hosting a fireside chat for explorers only at 8 p.m. for back to school. So we invite all parents, get your kids involved and help them to fall in love with nature. You can ask away. Cedric and James will be there to reflect on a lovely last week that we've just had. It's been an incredible week. Hopefully everybody's learnt a little bit of something. So I've been scouting around as well, just having a look to see if there aren't any signs of that second male coming over here. You know, even though he may not be interested in mating, I'm sure he definitely wouldn't say no to a nice drink of water, just to try and help cool himself down on a hot day like this. But nothing that I can see for the moment. Let me see if I can take you across here. So this is the waterhole where I'm hoping that our male might potentially come down and slake his thirst from. It continues all the way going to the back there and then to the left, where you can see it gets a bit more marshy, a bit more boggy, a bit more vegetation there. So this is the prime spot that I'm hoping he may come and drink from. We would get a lovely view. You can see it definitely doesn't look like the cleanest water in the world, but that's not going to put him off. And if we continue scanning to the side here, you can see there's some cleaner water at the back. So the lioness did drink from the back there where the water is a little bit cleaner. So maybe the male would choose something similar. Vicky, do lions and leopards have the same mating process? There are a few similarities and a few differences. Similarities in terms of the length of the mating period being sort of 4 days or so, mating every 20 to 30 minutes on average. Leopards, the female usually instigates the mating, whereas quite often with the male lion, the male will instigate the mating process. Our male is shifting position at the top there. But largely very similar, yes. I have actually been lucky enough once before to see leopards mating up in a tree. Followed them mating along this riverbed. There was a little tributary, not the main river system itself. And there was big scotia trees, big boerbean trees, there was jackalberry trees, there was apple leaf trees. And one of the weeping boerbean trees had a lovely gentle sloping trunk, and the female jumped up onto this trunk and the male jumped up after her and watched the whole process in the tree of these leopards mating. And then this was now like day 1.5 of mating. So up in the tree the female turned around and tried to wallop the male on his face. The male, he just moved to the side and the female missed and she fell off of the branch. But it was incredible to see how, you know, that cat motion of, like, if a cat is falling out of a tree, even your domestic cat, and they sort of got the paws in the air and falling down with their back. How, I don't know if you've watched it very closely, how one of the front legs, let's talk about the front left leg, they will pivot that all the way to the side. So think about if you had to take your front arm, put it straight in front of you, and then move that your left arm all the way to the right hand side as far as you could, and keep rotating that, almost like you're trying to touch your back, of how it shifts the whole of your upper body. And this leopard, when it did that, when it fell out the tree, it did that, and it rotated its whole body and just landed on the ground like nothing happened. It was absolutely amazing to see. Shame, you can see our male is definitely still feeling the heat a bit.
Hello, my name is Melanie and I'm sitting in freezing cold Hobart, Tasmania, which is a small island off the coast of Australia. I became an explorer for Wild Earth quite a number of years ago when they first advertised the positions. I'm so excited about winning the Rockfig prize, which will be in Medikwe, and I cannot wait to have that adventure. And I thank the organisers so much for this opportunity.
Potentially going back to the male again. Let's see if she manages to bring him into a slightly better position for us. Hey, no. Yo. Don't know if you got that audio there again, but that was powerful. So it looks like the male's kind of laying down just at the top behind that this initial shrub. So I think what I might look to do is shift my position, just reposition the vehicle and find a bit of a better view. And while I do that, we're going to take you across to Alex at the Djuma Dam Camp.
Thanks, Nick, and some awesome scenes down there. And of course, we are back here in Djuma. I'm just watching these impala as they take it rather easy. One or two of them resting up, and the others just enjoying a little bit of the cooler weather now that the sun kind of has gone behind some clouds. So rather cool, and awesome just to see a large number of impala around. Lovely breeding herd, lots of little lambs as well. So quite a scene. So it's been a rather fantastic day, and we've been very busy throughout. We've had some lovely sightings already. Awesome elephants, a black rhino, gemsbok, wildebeest, zebra, springbuck, lots of different birds across in Okukuyo, and lovely impala, and as I said, elephant down this side. And we've been very busy across the other locations as well. Lots of lions as well. Nick obviously showing you the ones that are mating down in Kariga too. So really quite a day we have had, and awesome to escape to nature like that. So very cool. The wind's slowly picking up here. We are just enjoying a relaxing moment with this impala. I just want to see if we can't get in a little bit closer, because you can actually pick up here and there, obviously one or two that are resting, but generally the lambs. It's quite cool just to see a big herd and the dynamics of a big herd work. So a number of little lambs here, of course lots of ewes and lots of red-billed oxpeckers littered throughout the herd as well. So just very cool to see. Very chilled at the moment. Nothing really to bother them right now, other than perhaps the wind, but we'll just have to wait and see. So a very precious scene unfolding over here. But Nick has repositioned, and we're back to go and see what's going on with his mating lines.
Coming to you, live.
Okay, welcome back. I have managed to reposition the vehicle, and I feel like we're in a slightly better spot here now. So the female is now just to the lower left hand side of the frame that we can see. And our male still sitting in the original spot at the top. So I'm going to wait with the camera pointing towards the male. We have seen now twice in this exact spot how the female has initiated that mating process, and hopefully she'll give us a crack again. Let's have a look and see. We've still got half an hour or so of escape to nature, and I think at the rate that she's been looking to mate, hopefully she'll read the script for us and we get another lovely clear view here. But you can see we've got a beautiful day here at Kariga, blue skies in the background. Now that we've got a better view of the male, you can see how he's definitely panting quite heavily as well. And he's got a small little bit of shade from that shrub there. I'm just trying to scan and have a look just to see if his bottom lip there is a little bit dirty, to see if he has drunk. Because they did seem to sneak through to this little waterhole section relatively quickly, but I can't seem to spot anything. No, so we're definitely a little bit higher up here now that we've repositioned than we were before. And it's giving us a beautiful angle across to this male. We're almost an eye level angle with him here. So photographically, this is what we want. I mean, this is really great. Lighting conditions are a little bit tough with it being so bright. But sometimes it's great to just really enjoy what's going on in front of you. Watch nature do its thing. You can see we've still got a bit of a wind. There's grasses moving around. Definitely not as strong as it was potentially around 2 hours ago or so. You know, when you see some guys cruising around in a convertible and they've been absolutely sending it, and their hair just gets slicked back. Woof. I feel like that's what happened to this lion here, with the wind just blowing against his face like that. It's just really sent that mane right back there. I'm going to wait and see. The lioness has sat up for the moment. Just going to stay on this male just in case she does continue to come up. Nope, she sat back down. Let me show you exactly where she is in relation to him. So she was just doing a little bit of grooming there earlier. See, she's still feeling the heat. You can see even that small little bit of movement from her, of her standing up and grooming her front right paw. How while we were watching the male, you could see he was looking at her. He was very interested to see what she was up to. Is she going to get up and go again? She's looking at him. No, looks like she's quite happy to stay where she is. I think it's really just a matter of time. There we go. Wow. That is the trifecta, everybody. We've just nailed it. Low angle, clear view, nice interaction amongst both of them. That lioness is going back to her little shady spot now. Wow, that was amazing to witness. And the male having a little bit of a feel-good moment there. I feel like some days when you go out onto the bush, or into the bush and onto the bush, when you go into the bush, everything just clicks, you know, it just works for you. And I feel like today's been one of those days. You know, think of that incredible scene we had earlier where we had down by Scotia Dam, Blesbok, zebra, eland, giraffe, wildebeest. It was absolutely incredible. And all very close together, you know, all in one frame. Throw in an ostrich there as well, why not? And now we've had these mating lion. Alright, let's take you across to Alex with the Djuma Dam Cam.
Thanks, Nick, and we're back again with our lovely herd of impala. Of course, one or two of the younger lambs resting up. It is a little bit overcast now. The wind kind of picks up and then dies off again. A little bit gusty at times, but really quite cool and lovely to have a huge herd like this around. As I said, lots of the little lambs taking it easy. So kind of like a little creche system that has been created here. And not an uncommon sight with big impala herds, in particular when they have their lambs. And what is on this one's face? Looks like it might have had a run-in with something nasty. Could just be... it just looks like it's the shadow line. So just having a little look here at this impala creche. So let's just try and count how many impala lambs are here. I can make one set of ears just behind the tree stump. There's probably about, just in frame around 8 now. And there's quite a few. If I scan across, you've also picked them up. So a couple of the ewes, their moms, just ruminating. There's one or two more. Some that are actually almost flat on the ground. You can just see their ears. So just quite cool. So of course this is a camouflage tactic of theirs, and not uncommon for the lambs to get left like this either, particularly when they're newborn. But it's still a thing. They are still quite young. They're around 3 months of age right now. So quite cool. So just interesting dynamics to have a look and see at. And a nice little bit of insight into life that we don't generally get to see. One or two of the lambs just still bolting through in the background as well. So very cool to see. Lovely dynamics. A little bit of the sun coming through, breaking through that overcast or cloud cover that has started to form. Just zoom out a little bit, just because we really are littered all over the show. Try getting a little closer. Really quite cool. So just sitting here with our Impala, taking it rather easy. We did just have a look at the creche, got in a little closer, come back. So what I'm going to do is also just check the water's edge. One or two of them might have also snuck off down for a drink. And we did leave them a moment or so ago. There were a number of them just lined up along Gari Dam. So that isn't the case right now. They have moved off. They are all there in that kind of clearing, taking advantage of the shade. Just going to have a look to see if anyone has perhaps come down to the wallow. If there's any activity down here. Otherwise, what we will do is go back, enjoy the Impala, have a look and see what's going on within that little creche system, although mostly just resting. Okay, no, that is not anything that we need to be worried about. But yeah, always good to have a little look and see, because with it being rather hot, of course, overcast, you'll be able to see the cloud cover now. But with it being rather hot, there's generally quite a bit of activity that does go on at or throughout the little drainage line there. Sometimes we do miss out on it because they disappear right into it and we don't get to see who's actually there. But a fair amount of rumination going on. I'm yet to see a ram, at least in this little gathering here. But there are a couple of that were interspersed as well. So one or two that have also kind of just moved off too. So they have split up, and let's just have a closer look and can explain what is going on with our Impala at the moment. Because of course there's one or two that are grazing, and this one, for example, ruminating. And rumination being the process of when they then regurgitate the bolus of food. They obviously have 4 chambered stomachs, so rather advanced digestive systems. And they are mixed feeders, so they do graze and they do then browse as well. They'll pick up flowers. They'll also take the odd fruit too, so it is marula season at the moment, and they would then also eat marulas too. But what this one is doing is then chewing and drawing out more nutrients and that out of that bolus before then swallowing it again, it then going into the second chamber of that stomach. So the rumen being the first, the reticulum the second, the marsum, and then the abomarsum being the 4th chamber of that stomach system. Effectively, this does help obviously conserve energy, but it also means that they get and derive the highest amount of nutrition out of the food that they do take, or the vegetation that they do then eat. And they don't obviously do that all the time, but this is kind of a resting moment. So the lamb's not necessarily busy ruminating right now, although they can. But it's the ewes and picture and frame at the moment that are ruminating. Of course, some of the others are grazing, as we said. And quite a cool little scene if you consider. Just moms and the little lambs at the moment. Lambs rather tired, kind of siesta time for them. Had a special little moment here with the Impala. So as I was saying, the wind kind of comes through, dies, and then gusts up again. And we're dealing with one of those little gusty moments right now. A little bit of sun coming through. That is the lilac-breasted roller that is calling there now. But really quite special just watching this little creche of Impala lambs. Really pretty precious. And amazing how they can just blend in like that. Hi Sam, so to some degree there is imprinting that goes on when those lambs are born. The mothers do move away and they obviously then give birth, and it can take up to about 3 days sometimes, because they'll leave their lambs within in the bush. There was something making a noise here. I think it might be at camp, to be completely honest. And then that allows those little lambs to then imprint on the mothers. So that is how they then pick up, obviously, you know, that imprintation. and how they are then aware that that is their mother. And then from there, obviously, the herd dynamic then comes into play. So, they will get left in these little creche-like systems. We've just seen all these little lambs sitting together, and of course, they imprint on each other there as well. There has to be some form of relationship that does develop between the impalas as they age and throughout the other dynamics and other individuals within those herd systems. Of course, the younger rams will then move off and form those little bachelor herds. And at this time of year, it's not uncommon to see bachelor herds and the breeding herds kind of intermixed or intertwined before we move towards the rut. Everyone's kind of relaxed at the moment, lots of nutrients and food, and they then kind of build up that stamina and muscle mass before getting into the rut. And that is obviously when it is the height of so basically the height of unease really with the impala, because there's jostling and hierarchy that does need to get found out, and obviously mating rights that are then fought for as well. So just some insight into the dynamic then of what an impala herd will go through within a year.
Back to School Week is now drawing to a close. Join James and Cedric for a fireside chat to take a look back at the highlights from a very special week. Sign up to be an explorer and you can join them as they take a look at how important it is to connect our future conservationists to the natural world. Wild Earth Kids, it's in your nature.
Interesting to see just how the dynamic of the herd has now changed once again, because with them getting a little bit of a fright, perhaps being a bit uneasy, all those resting lambs have all got up and everyone's bunched together. So obviously many eyes, ears and nose, or ears and noses all make for a rather effective defense mechanism, being able to sense what else might be going on. So eyes still on the alert. As I said, I do think it is something that made a noise in camp as opposed to something that is around, but that maybe isn't the case. Maybe there are some in Yala. We did just have a little scan across. Nothing had come out. So we will wait to hear. The Egyptian geese are also very good alarm clocks or alarm systems, and they haven't gone off just yet either. So they would most definitely make a noise and alarm as well. But no ram around at present. So you probably find the beginning kind of jostling starting to go on between the rams. Those bigger rams and bigger ram herds, so those bachelor herds obviously forming. Obviously they will intermingle with these breeding herds too at the moment, but a bit of jostling perhaps starting. Hi Alice, you are so right. It has been a very interesting day. Black rhino up in Okaukuyo, that was really a treat, a highlight for myself. Mating lions obviously down in Kariga. Andrew also with some lions too of his own. Some zebras. We've had 2 lovely elephant sightings here as well. This lovely herd of impala, a gemsbok, wildebeest and zebra up in Okaukuyo as well. And some very interesting birds. So it's been a very cool day. A lovely one. A nice escape to nature. No complaints. Seems like everyone's kind of calming down at the moment. So definitely taking advantage of the shade in those shady spots. Of course, trying to conserve energy. You don't want to be wasting energy or being too hot right now. Just interesting to see 1 or 2 of them starting to rest up again. So clearly feeling a little bit more at ease. So quite cool. You can clearly see some of those young lambs really taking the opportunity to get back down, probably get back to sleep. You can see there's a young ram here. Little horns just starting to pop through. Actually, both of them are. And quite cool. Hidden or nestled amongst the grass and flowers, really. Plant. So quite cool. A little bit of rumination going on there with the one. So a very peaceful scene, and still quite cool watching these lambs rest up and kind of get into that, I suppose, area of comfort for themselves. And really quite cool. A lovely way to end off our escape to nature for the day. And with me saying that, it is sadly that part of the day or that time of the day where we do have to wish everyone farewell and a great afternoon after this. And following, of course, Penguin Beach does come through after this. So do stay tuned, and of course, following that, the Sunset Safari. And if you are around tomorrow morning at Central African or 8:30 Central African time, do tune in again with us at Escape to Nature. I'm sure it's going to be another humdinger, and we of course look forward to journeying into the African wilderness again with you guys. So please do make sure you do tune in. Of course, thanks you again to the wildlife, the lovely habitats that we have been able to come to you from today. Those across in MC and the other teams in the other locations. It's been a fantastic day today, and we look forward to bringing you another fantastic day tomorrow, and of course on the other shows this afternoon. So do stay tuned, and do have a great rest of Friday day.